ረጋገጥ የጥገና ወጪ ሆኖ ክፍያ የተፈጸመ መሆኑ በኦዲቱ ተረጋግጧል። ለምን የተወሰደ እርምጃ ካለ ይገለጽ። 7.3 ዩኒቨርስቲው በ2013 በጀት ዓመት መጨረሻ ከሚታየው ተሰብሳቢ ሂሳብ ውስጥ ብር 114,761,683 ብር ከ75 ሳንቲም ኦዲቱ እስኪጠናቀቅበት ድረስ ያልተወራረደ ሂሳብ መኖሩ ኦዲት ሪፖርቱ ያሳያል። ለምን የተወሰደ እርምጃ ካለ ይገለጽ። 7.4 ዩኒቨርስቲው የተለያዩ ተከፋይ ሂሳቦች ለባለመብት በወቅቱ ከፍሎ ሂሳብ መወራረድ ሲገባው በ2013 በጀት ዓመት ያልተወራረደ ሂሳብ በሂሳብ መደብ 617429 አዘር ዲፖዚት ለአቅራቢዎች የተከፈለ በድምሩ ብር 152,417 ብር ከ99 ሳንቲም ሂሳብ መኖሩ ኦዲት ሪፖርቱ ያሳያል። ለምን በወቅቱ ሊከፈል አልተቻለም። 7.5 የዩኒቨርስቲ ከመደበኛ በጀት ብር 19,859,100 53 ብር ከ60 ሳንቲም እና ከካፒታል በጀት ብር 29,450 19,207 ብር ከ64 ሳንቲም በድምሩ ብር 49,318,361 ብር ከ30 ሳንቲም ስራ ላይ ያልዋለ መሆኑ በኦዲት ወቅት ተረጋግጧል። ለምን የፋይናንስ ህጉ በሚፈቅደው መሰረት ክፍያው አልተፈጸመም። በእያንዳንዳቸው ላይ ማብራሪያ ይሰጥበት። ንብረት አያያዝን በተመለከተ የዩኒቨርስቲው ይቅርታ 8ኛ ጥያቄ የዩኒቨርስቲው የንብረት አመዘጋገብ አያያዝና አጠባበቅ በፌደራል መንግስት ንብረት አስተዳደር መመሪያ ቁጥር 9 2003 ዓ.ም አንቀጽ 5 ጥረት መፈጸሙን ለማረጋገጥ ኦዲት ሲደረግ 8.1 የተሽከርካሪዎች አያያዝና አጠባበቅ በተመለከተ ኦዲት ሲደረግ ከ2011 እስከ 2013 ጀምሮ 6 ተሽከርካሪዎች ያለ ስራ የቆሙ መሆኑ ተረጋግጧል። ለምን ከኦዲት ግኝት ውስጥ በኋላ ምን ማስተካከያ ተወሰደ? 8.2 ያላቂ እቃ ቢን ካርድ እና ያላቂ እቃ ቢን ካርድ ገቢና ወጪ የማይመዛዘን መሆኑ። 8.3 አላቂ እቃ ስቶር ውስጥ የሚወገድና አገልግሎት የሚሰጡ እቃዎች በአንድ ስቶር ውስጥ የተቀመጡ መሆኑን። ክፍል ውስጥ ለረጅም ጊዜ የቆየ ፋይሎችና የአይቤክስ እቃዎች የአይሲቲ እቃዎች ሳይወገዱ የቆዩ መሆኑ ከተራ ቁጥር 8.2 እስከ 8.4 ከኦዲት ግኝት በኋላ ምን ማስተካከያ እንደተወሰደ ይገለጽ። 9ኛ ከዋና ስቶር ወደ ዕለታዊ ምግብ ቤት ወይንም የምግብ ዝግጅት ኃላፊ ሲተላለፍ ምንም አይነት መረካከቢያ የሌለ መሆኑ በኦዲት ሪፖርቱ ተረጋግጧል። ለምን ይብራራ? 10ኛ የምግብ የጥሬና የአትክልት መጋዘን በጣም ጠባብ መሆኑና በተለይ የአትክልት መቀመጫ መጋዘኑ በጣም ጠባብና ቆርቆሮ በቆርቆሮ የተሰራ በመሆኑ ለብልሽትና ለአደጋ የተጋለጠ መሆኑ በኦዲት ሪፖርቱ ተረጋግጧል። አሁንስ ምን ማስተካከያ ተወሰደ? 1ኛ በኪችን ውስጥ 4 ቦይለሮች እና 1 የሽንኩርት ማቁላያ ማሽን አገልግሎት የማይሰጥ መሆኑ፣ የወጥ ቤት ሰራተኞች በእንጨት እየሰሩ በመሆኑ አላግባብ የጉልበት ብዝበዛ የተጋለጡ መሆናቸውና ጥገና ተደርጎላቸው አገልግሎት የሚሰጡና የማይሰጡ ተለይተው ያልተለዩ መሆኑ በኦዲት ሪፖርቱ ተረጋግጧል። ከግኝት በኋላ ምን ማስተካከያ ተደረገ? 12ኛ ዩኒቨርስቲው ለአካዳሚክ ሰራተኞች የተዘጋጁት እና ትርፍ ሆነው የተቀመጡ የመኖሪያ ቤቶችን በአካባቢው የገበያ ዋጋ በሚመለከተው አካል አስወስኖ በማከራየት የውስጥ ገቢነት መጠቀም ሲገባ የመኖሪያ ቤቶቹን ለአስተዳደር ሰራተኞች በመስጠት እንደማይገባ እየታወቀ በነፃ የተሰጣቸው መሆኑ ተረጋግጧል። ለምን ይብራራ? 13 በተለያዩ ጊዜያት ለሰራተኞች የትምህርት እድል ሲሰጥ በዩኒቨርስቲውና በሰራተኞች መካከል ውል መዋዋል ሲገባ አንድ መምህር የዩኒቨርስቲው ባልደረባ ምንም አይነት ውል ሳይኖራቸው ትምህርት ላይ መሆናቸው በኦዲት ወቅት ተረጋግጧል። ለምን ይብራራ? 14ኛ የዩኒቨርስቲው የውስጥ ቁጥጥር ስርዓት አደረጃጀትና ስጋት ክትትልና ዳሰሳ ሂደት ሲታይ 14.1 የውስጥ ገቢ ሂሳብ ሰነዶች በአግባቡ ተደራጅተው ለኦዲት በሚያመች መልኩ ያልተቀመጡና በየኮሌጁ የሚሰበሰቡ የውስጥ ገቢ ሰነዶች ከሰነድ ያዥ ጋር ርክብክብ የማይደረጉ መሆኑ ከአንዳንድ አቅራቢዎች ጋር ውል በሚፈራረሙበት ወቅት በውል ሰጪና በውል ተቀባይ መካከል ቀን የማይጠቀስ መሆኑ ከመብራት ኃይል ግቢ ወደ ዋናው ግቢ የተጓጓዙ ንብረቶች በጊዜያዊነት ቆርቆሮ በቆርቆሮ በሆነ መጋዘን የተቀመጡና ከመጋዘን የተረፉት በርካታ ንብረቶች መኖራቸው ተረጋግጧል። ከላይ ከተራ ቁጥር 14.1 እስከ 14.3 በተገኙ የኦዲት ግኝቶች ላይ ምን ማስተካከያ እንደተወሰደ ይብራራ። 15ኛ በክሊኒክ ውስጥ የላቦራቶሪ ሪኤጀንትን የሚቀመጡበት ክፍሎችና ማቀዝቀዣዎች የሙቀት መጠን መቆጣጠሪያ ቴርሞሜትር የሌላቸው መሆኑ በኦዲት ሪፖርቱ ተረጋግጧል። አሁን የምን ማስተካከያ እንደተወሰደ ይብራራ። 16 አሁን ያለው የመድኃኒት ስቶር በጣም ጠባብ ከመሆኑ የተነሳ መድኃኒቶቹ በካርቶን ታሽገው ለመድኃኒት ተጠቃሚ አስጊ በሆነ መልኩና ደረጃውን ወይንም ስታንዳርዱን ባልጠበቀ መቀመጫ የተቀመጡ መሆናቸው በኦዲት ሪፖርት ተረጋግጧል። ከግኝት በኋላ ምን ማስተካከያ ተደረገ? 17 በስቶር ክፍልና ዲስፔንሰሪ ክፍል ያሉት ስራዎች በአንድ ሰው ብቻ የሚሰራ መሆኑ ኦዲት ሪፖርቱ ያሳያል። አሁን ምን ማስተካከያ ተደረገ? 18 መድኃኒቶች ከዋና ስቶር ወደ ዲስፔንሰሪ ሲተላለፉ ምንም አይነት ርክብክብ አለመደረጉ በኦዲት ሪፖርት ተረጋግጧል። ከግኝት በኋላ ምን ማስተካከያ ተደረገ? 19ኛ በርካታ ሳይወገዱ የቆዩ መድኃኒቶች በአንድ ክፍል ተጠራቅመው የተቀመጡ መሆናቸው በኦዲት ሪፖርት ተረጋግጧል። ለምን ይብራራ። 20 መድኃኒቶቹ ሰኔ 30 ላይ በቆጠራ ኮሚቴ የማይቆጠሩ መሆኑ በኦዲት ሪፖርት ተረጋግጧል። ለምን ይብራራ። 21ኛ የፌዴራል ዋና ኦዲተር መስሪያ ቤት በበጀት ዓመቱ የዩኒቨርስቲውን ሂሳብ ኦዲት አድርጎ ሙያዊ አስተያየትና የማሻሻያ ሀሳብ ያቀረበ ሲሆን በተሰጠው የኦዲት አስተያየት መሰረት ዩኒቨርሲቲው ተገቢውን እርምጃ የወሰደ መሆኑን ለማረጋገጥ ኦዲት ሲደረግ በ2012 በጀት ዓመት በአጠቃላይ በድምር ብር 4,636,788 ብር ከ15 ሳንቲም ተመላሽ እንዲደረግ አስተያየት የተሰጠ ቢሆንም የማስተካከያ እርምጃ ያላደረገ ወይንም እርምት ያልወሰደ መሆኑ በሪፖርቱ ያሳያል። ለምን ማብራሪያ ይሰጥበት? አመሰግናለሁ። የመንግስት ወጪ አስተዳደርና ቁጥጥር ጉዳዮች ቋሚ ኮሚቴ ሚያዝያ 18 2015
ለተነሱት ጥያቄዎች ማብራሪያና መልስ እንድሰጥበት።
አመሰግናለሁ ክብርት ሰብሳቢ። በመጀመሪያ
እድል ስንሰጣችሁ እያንዳንዳችሁ ለቃለ ጉባኤ እንድመች ስማችሁን እና ከየት እንደመጣችሁ እየተናገራችሁ እንድትሰጡ።
እሺ፣ እንደገና አመሰግናለሁ። የቋሚ ኮሚቴ አባላትንም በዚህ በአንድ ወር ጊዜ ውስጥ ለሁለተኛ ጊዜ ነው ዩኒቨርሲቲው በተከበረው ቋሚ ኮሚቴ ፊት ቀርቦ በመጀመሪያ በግንባታ ፕሮጀክቶች አዋጭነት ላይ በተደረገ ክዋኔ ኦዲት ተነጋግረንበታል። አሁን ደግሞ በ2013 የኦዲት ግኝቶች ላይ ነው ምላሽ ልንሰጥ እድሉን ያገኘ ነው። ስለዚህ በዩኒቨርሲቲው ማህበረሰብ ስም እና በማኔጅመንቱ ስም ማመስገን እፈልጋለሁ። በመቀጠል በቀረቡት ጥያቄዎች ዙሪያ እንግዲህ ለፕሬዝዳንት ነኝ የፋይናንስ ኃላፊም የዘርፍ ኃላፊዎችም አለን። በተቻለ መጠን አሁን የደረስንበትን ደረጃ ምላሽ እንሰጣለን። የመጀመሪያው ጥያቄ እርግጥ ነው ዩኒቨርሲቲው ካሉት የተማሪዎች ላውንጅ መካከል አንደኛውን ለውጪ አውትሶርስ አድርጓል። ከ2012 ጀምሮ ውል ተገብቶ አገልግሎት ከዩኒቨርሲቲው የተከራየው ግለሰብ እዛው ለተማሪዎች ምግብ፣ ሻይ፣ ቡና፣ ሳንዱች የተለያዩ ነገሮችን ሲያቀርብ ነበር። በመሃል በ2012 ሁላችንም የምናውቀው ሀገራዊም ዓለም አቀፋዊም የሆነው ኮቪድ መጣ። ላውንጁ ተዘጋ። ለአንድ አመት ያህል አገልግሎት ሳይሰጥ ቆየ። ከዛ በኋላ በ2013 ዋና ኦዲተሮች ኦዲት መስሪያ ቤት ኦዲተሮች መጥተው በመሃል ተቋርጦ ስለነበረ ላውንጅ ኪራዩን ግለሰቡ አልከፈለም። ትክክል ነው። ስለዚህ በውላችን መሰረት ይሄ 195,000 ብሩ የተጠቀሰው መካከል አገልግሎት ያልሰጠበትን ውላችንም ስለ ፎርስ ሜዠር ሲኖር ወይ አስገዳጅ ሁኔታ ሲኖር በዚህ መልኩ እንደሚስተናገድ በተስማማነው መሰረት ከጀመረበት ጊዜ ጀምሮ ያለውን አሁን ከፍሏል። በወቅቱ ያ ሳይከፈል ነው ግኝቶ ነው የመጣው። ሁለተኛ ደረጃ ዩኒቨርሲቲው ሁለተኛው ጥያቄ ዩኒቨርሲቲው የተለያዩ አገልግሎቶችን ይሰጣል፣ ስልጠና ይሰጣል፣ በተቋማት ጥያቄ ምርምር ያካሂዳል፣ ማማከር ስራ ይሰራል። ስለዚህ እነኚህ ውሎች አንዳንዶቹ በአንድ አመት ውስጥ የሚጠናቀቁ አንዳንዶቹ ደግሞ ከአመት ጊዜ በላይ የሚፈጁ ውሎች ናቸው። ስለዚህ እነኚህን ውሎች በተጠናቀቁ ጊዜ ከወጪ ቀሪም ካወቅም በኋላ ነው ወደ ውስጥ ገቢ አካውንታችን የምናዞረው። ስለዚህ ይሄ 7,145,042 ብር የተባለው ውዝፍ ነው። የሁለት ወይንም ከዛም በላይ ፕሮጀክቶቹ ለምሳሌ አንዱን ምሳሌ ብነግራችሁ የአሶሳ ከተማ ማስተር ፕላን ለመስራት ከአሶሳ ከተማ ጋር የገባ ነው ውል በአንድ አመት ያለቀ አይደለም። ስለዚህ በዚህ ሂደት ውስጥ ለስራ ማስኬጃ ያወጣ ነው፣ ለባለሙያዎች የከፈል ነው፣ የትራንስፖርት የተለያዩ ወጪዎች ከወጡ በኋላ ነው ከወጪ ቀሪ ገቢውን ያወቅነው። ስለዚህ ከገንዘብ ሚኒስቴርም እንደዚሁ ለ5 ተከታታይ ዓመታት የሰጠነው ስልጠና ከወጪ ቀሪ ሰልጣኞች በመገቡበት ሰልጣኞች ማደሪያ ያደሩበት እና ለአሰልጣኞች የከፈልንበት ሁሉ ወጪ ወጥቶ ኔት ኢንካም እና የተጣራ ገቢ ስናገኝ ነው ወደ አካውንታችን ያዞር ነው። ስለዚህ ይሄ ለምን ውል በተገባ አመት አልሆነም ነው ኦዲተሮች ያሉት። እኛ ግን በባህሪው ረጅም ጊዜ የሚወስዱ ውሎቻችንን ያልቁና ሲጠናቀቁ ነበር የምናስገባ። አሁን ግን በተቻለ መጠን በአመት የሚያልቁትን በዛው አመት ገቢ አካውንት ለማስገባት ነው እየሰራን ያለ ነው። ይሄ በዛ ምክንያት የተፈጠረ ነው። ሌላኛው ዩኒቨርሲቲው በሬጅስትራር የሚሰጣቸው አገልግሎቶች አሉ። በተለይ በተከታታይ ትምህርት መርሃ ግብር በ3ኛ ላይ ነኝ ያለሁት። የተለያየ ክፍያ ተመን በቦርድ ጸድቆ ለተከታታይ ተማሪዎች ለምስገባ ይከፍላሉ፣ ለስቱደንት ኮፒ ይከፍላሉ፣ ለትራንስክሪፕት ይከፍላሉ። እነኚህ ክፍያዎች በኮሌጅ ነው የሚሰበሰቡት። በኮሌጅ ሲሰበሰቡ የዩኒቨርሲቲው ኮሌጅ ሬጅስትራር ውስጥ ያሉት ዳታ አናሊስት እነኚህ መረጃ የሚመዘግቡት በኢፍሚስ ሲስተም አንዳንዱን ለምስገባ አላሉትም፣ ለትራንስክሪፕት አላሉትም፣ ለስቱደንት ኮፒ አላሉትም። ገንዘቡን ብቻ ነው ገቢ ያደረጉትና በኋላ ኦዲተሮች ይህንን ሲመረምሩ ወደ 354,237 ብር ያህል ርዕሱ አይታወቅም ተሰብስቧል። ግን ለምን ርዕስ እንደሰበሰቡ ክለርኮች ሲያስገቡ ሚስ ስላደረጉ በሲስተም ይሄንን ማወቅ ባለመቻላቸው ነው። በኋላ ከተመኑ ጋር አመሳክረን ወደ ትክክለኛው ለምን እንደተሰበሰበ ለማሳየት ችለናል ማለት ነው። ሌላኛው እንግዲህ ይሄ የሁሉም ዩኒቨርሲቲዎች ችግር ሊሆን ይችላል። በእኛ ዩኒቨርሲቲ አንዳንድ መደቦች አሉ ሰው ለመቅጠር ማስታወቂያ አውጥተን ያላገኘንባቸው። ለምሳሌ የፕሬዝዳንት ጽሕፈት ቤት ኃላፊ፣ የፕላን እቅድ ዝግጅት ክትትልና ግምገማ ዳይሬክቶሬት፣ የተማሪዎች አገልግሎት ዳይሬክቶሬት ማስታወቂያ አውጥተን ቅጥር በደረጃ እድገትም በቅጥርም ማስታወቂያ ባላገኘንባቸው ያው ቦታው በጣም ሴንሲቲቭም ስለሆነ ክፍት ሆኖ መቆየት ስለማይችል ከስራው ባህሪ አንፃር ከአካዳሚክ ሰራተኞች መድበን አሰርተናል። ይሄ እንግዲህ ትክክል አይደለም። ተገቢም አይደለም። በአስተዳደር መደብ አካዳሚክ መድቦ ማሰራት ግን ዩኒቨርሲቲው ስለተቸገረ በዛ ቦታዎችን ልንሸፍን አድርገናል። እንዲሸፈን አድርገናል። ምናልባት አሁን የሲቪል ሰርቪስ ኮሚሽን ቅጥር እና የደረጃ እድገት ፍቃድ ሲሰጥ እነኚህን ቦታዎች በአዲሱ መዋቅር በአስተዳደር ሰራተኞች የምንሞላ ነው የሚሆነው። አሁን ግን ለምሳሌ ተማሪዎች አገልግሎት
ይቅርታ ፕሮፌሰር እንዳልገባም ዝም እንዳንድንል ስላስቸገረን ነው። ያስተካከላችሁትን አስተካክለናል። ይሄኛው አላስተካከልንም እያላችሁ ብትመልሱልን ጥሩ ነው። ይሄኛውንም መልስማ የዛኔው ኦዲተሮች እኮ ኦዲት ሲያደርጉም ተናግራችሁ ነበር። ስለዚህ ለእያንዳንዱ ጥያቄ ላይ ይሄኛውን አስተካክለናል፣ ይሄኛውን አላስተካከልንም፣ ይሄኛው ይቀራል። የቀረበት ምክንያት ደግሞ ከአቅማችሁ በላይ ከሆነ ይሄኛው እገዛን ፈልጋለን፣ ይሄኛው አሰራሩ ይበጅልኝ ተብሎ እያንዳንዱ ላይ እንትን ብሰጥ ጥሩ ነው። አጠቃላይ ቢሆን ባይሆን ጥሩ ነው።
እሺ የተራ ቁጥር አንዱ ተስተካክሏል። ክፍያ ሰውየው ፈጽሟል ኪራዩን። ተራ ቁጥር 2 ላይ ያለው ይሄ እንግዲህ ኦሬዲ የሆነ ነገር ስለሆነ ከአሁን በኋላ የምንማርበት ነው የሚሆነው። የተወዘፈውን ነው ወደ ውስጥ ገቢ ያስገባ ነው። ቁጥር 3ቱም መስተካከያ ተደርጓል። አሁን በፋይናል ማኔጅመንት ሌተር 2014 ላይ ዋና ኦዲተርም ስልኩ በእነኚህ ባቀረብነው ማስረጃና ማብራሪያ አውጥተውልናል እነኚህን ግኝቶች። ሌላኛው የመምህራንን አሁን የአካዳሚክ መደቦች የሚሰሩት አካዳሚክ ሰራተኞች የተማሪዎች አገልግሎትን በአስተዳደር ሸፍነናል። ፕላን አሁንም በአካዳሚክ ተይዞ ነው ያለው። የፕሬዝዳንት ጽህፈት ቤት ኃላፊም እንደዚሁ በፓርታይመር ቀጥረን እያሰራን ነው ክፍት ስለሆነ ቦታው። ስራ የለቀቀው ሰራተኛም ከለቀቀበት ጊዜ ጀምሮ የተከፈለው ይሄ እንግዲህ በአስተዳደር ማነው በሰው ሀብትና በፋይናንስ መካከል ባለው መረጃ ልውውጥ ነው። ክፍሉ ሪፖርት እንዳደረገ ሰውየው አሁን ገንዘቡን ገቢ አድርጓል። አንደኛው ብቻ 937 ብር ነው የቀረው ከ9245 ውስጥ ማለት ነው። ስለዚህ ይሄም ተመላሽ አድርጓል። በሶስተኛ 2.3 ላይ ያለው በዩኒቨርሲቲ በድምሩ 22500 የተፈጸመ የጥቅማ ጥቅም ክፍያ የሚለው እኛ በእኛ ዩኒቨርሲቲ የግዢ ዳይሬክቶሬት ክፍት ነው ቦታው ማስታወቂያ ወጥተንም አላገኘንም ስለዚህ ቡድን መሪ ቦታ ላይ ስሰራ የነበረችውን አመራር ወደ ዳይሬክተር ከፍ አድርገን ተጠባባቂ አድርገን በሷ ስናሰራ ቆየን ተጠባባቂ በሆነችበት ጊዜ መመሪያውም ስለሚፈቅድ ጥቅማ ጥቅሙን ከፍለናል ግን በመሃል ማስታወቂያ ወጥተን ያወዳደርንና እሷ ሌላ ሰው እስከምን ላይ ድረስ መሃል ላይ የተከፈለው ነው ኦዲት ያዙብን ስለዚህ ይሄንን እንግዲህ ከዳይሬክተሯ ጋር ተነጋግረን ተመላሽ የምናደርገው ነው የሚሆነው 2.4 ላይ ያለው ዩኒቨርሲቲው የዩኒቨርሲቲዎች ኮንሶርቲየም ወይ ምክር ቤት ማክርት አባል ነው የስፖርት ማህበርም አባል ነው እነኚህ እንግዲህ የአባልነት መዋጮዎችን እንከፍላለን 130,000 ብሩ አንዱ እሱ ነው ምንድነው የሆነው የ2012 ላይ ኮቪድ ስለነበረ አልጠየቁንም መዋጮ ተላለፈ ቀጠለና 2013 ላይ 2012 እና የ13ን መዋጮ አመጡ ይሄንን በማኔጅመንት ያው አባልነት ግዴታም ስለነበረብን ከፈልንላቸው ማለት ነው እና ኦዲት በጀት አመቱን ያልጠበቀ ክፍያ ውዝፉን የከፈላችሁት ነው እሱን እንግዲህ አሁን ሪቨርስ ማድረግም የማንችለው ግኝት ነው 2.5 ላይ ያለው የሁለቱ ማህበራት ከዚህ በፊት የሚቆረጥበት ኮድ አለ 65 የሆነ የመደብ አለ የበጀት መደብ ያንን መደብ ሳትጠብቁ በሌላኛው መደብ ነው ከዛኛው ወጪ የወጣው ከመቆረጥ ከሚገባው መደብ አይደለም የሚል አስተያየት ነው እሱን ተቀብለናል በፊት ትክክል ነው ብለን ነው ስንሰራ የኖር ነው አሁን በተስተካከለው ነው መዋጮውን ከዛኛው መደብ እየከፈልን የመጣ ነው ዩኒቨርሲቲው ይሄ እንግዲህ ከገንዘብ ሚኒስቴር አሁን ሰዎች ካሉ በጋራ አሁንም ልባት ያላገኘ ግኝት ነው አንድ ላይ ማውጣት አልቻልንም በሁለት ኦፕሬቲንግ ቲም ነው ኢፍሚስ ላይ የተደራጀው ስለዚህ ሁለቱ ኦፕሬቲንግ ቲም የተለያየ ሪፖርት ነው የሚያወጣው በወቅቱ ሁለቱንም ሪፖርት ነው ለኦዲተሮች ያቀረብነው እነሱ የሚሉት ወጥ ሆኖ ተጠቃለው በአንድ ይውጣ የሚል ነው ይሄንን ደግሞ ገንዘብ ሚኒስቴር ያሉት የኢፍሚስ ጽፈት ቤት ያሉ ሰዎች እስካሁንም ለዚህ መፍትሄ ያልሰጡት እንደሆነ ለመግለጽ ነው 3.2 ላይ ያለው አይ ቲንክ ከዛ ጋር የተያያዘ ነው ሁለት ቦታ ላይ ሂሳብ ሪፖርት ለምን ይወጣል የሚል ነው። አንድ ላይ ይውጣ የሚል ነው። እስካሁን ለዚህ መብት አላገኘንም። አራት ላይ ይሄ ከምን ጋር ነው የተከሰተው? የተፈቀደልን አጀስትድ የሆነ በጀት 480 ሚሊዮን 748,400 ነው። በመሃል ለኮቪድ ለተሳተፉ ሰዎች ተጨማሪ በጀት 4 ሚሊዮን 109,600 ገንዘብ ሚኒስቴር ልከውልን ነበረ። ስለዚህ ይሄ በፊት ከተፈቀደው 480 ሚሊዮን ላይ በተጨማሪነት ነው በኢፍሚስ የመዘገቡት። ስለዚህ ኦዲተሮች ይሄንን 4 ሚሊዮን 129,000 ከዛኛው ጋር የማይናበብ ሆኖ ነው ያገኙት። እንግዲህ ይሄ አሁን አጃስት የሆነ ነገር ነው የሚመስለኝ። ስለዚህ የተፈጠረው በኮቪድ ተጨማሪ በጀት ስለተሰጠን ከመጀመሪያው ከተፈቀደልን በጀት በላይ ሆኖ ነው ሪፖርቱ ላይ የታየው ማለት ነው። አምስተኛ ተራ ቁጥር ላይ ያለው 275,000 ይሄ ቅድም ያልኩት ነው። ለማህበሩ በድምሩ የከፈልንበት ከተለያየ ሂሳብ መደብ ተከፈለ የተባለው ነው። ዩኒቨርስቲው የሚያስገነባቸው የተለያዩ ግንባታዎች ትክክለኛ ነው። ሶስቱም ሎቶች ላይ የምናስገነባባቸው በባንቱ አሉ ተሰማ ህንጻ ተቋራጭም በጉተማ ፊሪሳ ህንጻ ተቋራጭም በጥላሁን አበበ ህንጻ ተቋራጭም የተለያዩ ግንባታዎች ስናካሄድ ቆይተናል። በውሉ መሰረት አላለቀልንም። ብዙ በርካታ ምክንያቶች አሉት። ኮንትራክተሮችና ኮንሰልታንቶች የሚነጋገሩባቸው አንዱ ኮቪድ ነው። ሌላኛው ከአማካሪ ጋር ገና ቦታውን ሲያዘጋጁ የኤሌክትሪክ ፖል ያለበትን ለማንሳት የወሰደ ጊዜ ያለ ኮንቴነር ለማንሳት በርካታ ምክንያቶችን ነው ጥቃቅን። በኋላም የእንትኑም አልተከፈለንም። ይሄ ፕራይስ አጃስትመንትም አልተከፈለንም። ዝርዝር ምክንያቶችን ነው የሚያቀርቡት። ዞሮ ዞሮ አሁን ፕሮጀክቶቹ ተጠናቀው ርክክብ ተፈጽሟል። ያው ሊኩዊዲቲ ዳሜጅ በዲሌይ ጃስቲፋይድ ያልሆኑ መዘግየቱ ምክንያቱ በቂ ካልሆነ ወደ ቅጣት ነው የምንሄደው። ህግ አለ። አንድ 10ኛውን ኮንትራክተሮችን እንቀጣለን ላዘገዩበት። ይሄ በሂደት ላይ ያለ ነው። አንዳንድ ክፍያዎችንም በዚህ ምክንያት የመጨረሻው ክፍያዎችንም ሪቴንሽኖችንም ይዘናል። በኋላ ውሳኔ ሲሰጥ የሚቀጡበት ነው የሚሆነው ላዘገዩበት። ስለዚህ አሁን ወደ መቋጫ እየመጣን ያለንበት እንደሆነ ነው መግለጽ የምፈልገው። እንግዲህ ይሄ እንደ ክፍተት ነው። አሁን አስተካክለናል። ማረጋገጫ ሳይቀርብ እቃዎች ገቢ ይሆናሉ ለሚለው በዚሁ አስተያየት ወስደን በአዲስ በተሰጠን አስተያየት መሰረት እየፈጸምን እየመጣን ያለ ነው። ሌላኛው አቅራቢዎች መካከል ነው 7.1 እና 7.2 ላይ የተጠቀሰው ዩኒቨርሲቲው ጋራዥ የለውም። ወደ ውጪ አውትሶርስ አድርጎ ነው የሚያስጠግነው። መኪኖች ጥገና ሲያስፈልጋቸው፣ ሰርቪስ ሲያስፈልጋቸው እየወሰነ ወደ ጋራዥ የሚወስደው ጠቅላላ አገልግሎትና በውስጡ አንድ ሾፌር መካኒክ ብቻ ነው ያለን። ስለዚህ የሱን ሙያ ነው ስንጠቀም የነበረው። ስለዚህ ተጠግኗል ብሎ ማረጋግጦ የሚያወጣው ያ ሾፌር መካኒክ ነው። ወደ ጥገና ይግባም የሚል አንድ ሾፌር መካኒክ ነው። ስለዚህ ይሄ ትክክል አይደለም የሚል ነው ኦዲት አስተያየት የሰጡት። ስለዚህ አሁን በተሰጠው አስተያየት መሰረት ኮሚቴ ነው ያቋቋም ነው። ከአንድ ግለሰብ ወደ ኮሚቴ አድርጋችሁ ሲገባም ሲወጣም መኪኖቹ ለጥገና ሲገቡም ሲወጡም በዛ መልኩ እየተረጋገጠ ይሰራ በሚለው አስተያየት ተቀብለን አሁን እሱን እየፈጸምን ነው ያለ ነው። 7.3 ላይ የሚታየው ያልተወራረዱት 14.7 ሚሊዮን አካባቢ ገንዘብ ነበረ ያኔ። ከዚህ ውስጥ አሁን የቀረው ተወራርዶ 6 ሚሊዮን ገደማ ነው የቀረው። ይሄም ዩኒቨርሲቲው ላቦራቶሪ ዕቃ ከውጭ ያስገባው አለ። እነኚህን ላቦራቶሪ ዕቃዎችን ለመግጠም የምናሰራው ግንባታ ዘገየ። በዛ ምክንያት ዕቃዎቹ ተገጥሞ ቴስት ስላልተደረጉ ለአቅራቢው ላመጣው ከኛ ጋር ውል ለገባው አልከፈልለትም። እስካሁን በተንጠልጥሎ ነው ያለው። ስለዚህ ተሰብሳቢ 6 ሚሊዮን ነው አሁን የቀረው። ሌላው ዩኒቨርሲቲው የርቀት ማዕከላት ነበሩት። 10 ማዕከላት በአገሪቱ በአጠቃላይ ለዚህ ስራ ማስኬጃ እየተባለ ለማዕከላት የተላኩ ከ10 ዓመት በፊት የነበሩ ናቸው። እነኚህ አሁን አዲስ ነገር አይደለም። ወደ 350 ሺህ ገደማ ለማወራረድ አሁን የተቸገርንባቸው ራይት ኦፍ ገንዘብ ሚኒስቴር የጠየቅነው እንደሆነ ነው። ከ14 ሚሊዮኑ እነኚህ ብቻ ናቸው የቀሩት። ሌሎቹን ተሰብሳቢዎች አወራርደናል ማለት ነው። 7.4 ላይ የሚታየው አቅራቢዎች በተለይ ወደ ግንቦት አካባቢ ያቀረቡት አቅራቢዎች በቼክ ነው የከፈልናቸው። ዩኒቨርሲቲው ከአካውንቱ ወጪ አድርጓል። በቼክ ነው የተከፈላቸው። ግን ቼኩን ወስደው ከባንክ ሄደው መመንዘር ሲገባቸው እና ገንዘቡን ማውጣት ሲገባቸው ከኛ አካውንት ቼኩን በእጃቸው ይዘው አቆዩ። ከዛ በጀት መዝጊያ ደረሰ። በዛ ምክንያት 152,000 እንግዲህ አዘር ዲፖዚትስ በሚለው ለአቅራቢዎች የተከፈለ ተብሎ ግኝት የሆነው እሱ ነው። ስለዚህ ከዩኒቨርሲቲው ስህተት ሳይሆን አቅራቢው የተሰጠውን ክፍያ ከአካውንታችን ባለማውጣቱ ምክንያት የተፈጠረ ነው። ሌላኛው ዩኒቨርሲቲው እንግዲህ አጠቃላይ በዚህ አመት ከተፈቀደልን በጀት ውስጥ 93% ገደማ ተጠቅመናል። ይሄ እንግዲህ በካፒታል የሚታየው 29 ሚሊዮን ውስጥ መደበኛው ትክክል ነው። 19 ሚሊዮኑን አልተጠቀምንም for various reason። 21 ሚሊዮኑ ግን ተሰብሳቢ ነበረ ለግንባታ የከፈልነው ነው። ስለዚህ ይሄንን ስናካትት ከ480 ምናምን ገደማ ሚሊዮን ወደ 90% በላይ እንደተጠቀምን ነው እኛም የገመገምነው ነው ያየነው። ከንብረት አያያዝና አጠባበቅና አኳያ ትክክለኛ ግኝት ነው ማለት ማይካድ ነው። ግን በወቅቱ ምን ነበረ ዩኒቨርሲቲ ውስጥ የሚለውን ለማብራራት ዩኒቨርሲቲው በሁለት መልኩ አንደኛ አዲስ ግምጃ ቤት ገንብቶ ከየቦታው የነበሩትን አላቂም ሆነ ቋሚ ዕቃ ወደ አዲሱ ግምጃ ቤት በመናዘዋወርበት ወቅት ነው ይሄ። ስለዚህ አንዳንድ ቦታ ላይ የተቀላቀሉ አላቂና ቋሚም በግምጃ ቤት የታዩበት ሁኔታ ነበር። ስለዚህ ያ ትክክለኛ ግኝት ነው። ዛሬ ግን እነኛን ቦታ ያሳዝ እንደሆነ ለመግለጽ ነው። ከመኪኖች ጋር በተያያዘ 8.1 ላይ ያለው የስድስቱ ያው ያረጁ አገልግሎት የማይሰጡ መኪኖቻችን ናቸው። ከነዚህ ውስጥ ሁለቱ አሁን በጨረታ ተወግደው አራቱ በጨረታ ሂደት ላይ ናቸው። ግዢ ኤጀንሲ አመልክተን ሂደት ላይ እንዳሉ ለማስወገድ እየሰራን እንደሆነ። ስለዚህ በግምጃ ቤት አካባቢ ያለው ይሄ ገቢ ወጪ የመሳሰሉት ከዚህ ዝውውር ጋር በተያያዘ በአግባቡ የተያዙ አልነበሩም። ይሄ ግኝት ትክክል ስለሆነ ተቀብለን አሁን በተስተካከለ ሁኔታ እየተሰራ እንደሆነ ለመግለጽ ነው። እነዚህ የአይሲቲ እቃዎች፣ ኮምፒውተሮች፣ ፕሪንተሮች ለማስወገድ የራሱ ሂደት ያለው ነገር ነው። በባለሙያ ተረጋግጦ ቀጥታ ማስወገድ አንችልም። ወደ ቴክኖሎጂ ኢንስቲትዩት ማለት ሚኒስቴር መስሪያ ቤት ተልኮ ተረጋግጦ በዛ ነው የሚወገዱትና በዛ ሂደት የዘገዩ አሁን ግን የተወገዱ እንደሆነ ለመግለጽ ነው። ከዋናው ስቶር ወደ እለት ምግብ ቤት፣ የተማሪዎች ምግብ ቤት እንግዲህ ድግስ ነው። በየቀኑ ድግስ ነው ማለት አቅራቢው ያቀርባል፣ ስቶር ውስጥ ያለው ይወጣል። ያው በየቀኑ ትራንዛክሽን አለ። ይሄ ትራንዛክሽን ለምንድነው በአግባቡ በሞዴል 19 እና በሞዴል 22 በየቀኑ ማይወጣው ማይገባው ነው? ይሄ እንደ አሰራር ትክክል ነው፣ ግን ደግሞ በየቀኑ እንግዲህ እያንዳንዷን ቀን የሚወጣውና የሚገባውን መመዝገብ ትልቅ ደረሰኝ ወረቀትም የሚጨርስ ከመሆኑ ጋር ቁርስ ሲወጣ ወጪ ይደረጋል፣ ገቢ ይደረጋል፣ ምሳም እንደዚሁ ማአት ነገር ነው በአንድ የሚወጣው የሚገባውና ከአዲስ አበባ ዩኒቨርስቲም ልምድ ወስደን በየ15 ቀኑ አንዴ ነው ሰብስበው የሚሰሩትና በዛ አግባብ ነው ስንሰራ የነበረው። ይህንን ዋና ኦዲተር አልተቀበሉትም። አሁን እንግዲህ በኢፍሚስ ሲስተምም ስለሆነ እየተሰራ ያለው ተስተካክሏል ብለን ነው የምናየው። በኪችን ውስጥ የታዩ ቦይለሮች ሽንኩርት ማቁላያ የተበላሹ ነበሩ። መጠገን የምንችላቸውን ጠግነናል፣ ማንችላቸውን ደግሞ አስወግደናል። ሌላኛው በ12 ላይ የተጠቀሰው እኛ እንደ ዩኒቨርሲቲ በራሳችን የገነባ ነውን፣ ከኪራይ ቤቶች የወሰድነውን፣ ከአዲስ አበባ ከተማ አስተዳደር የወሰድነውን መኖሪያ ቤት በውድድር ባለን መመሪያ ለአካዳሚክ ሰራተኞች ነው የምንሰጠው። መመሪያው ላይ ግን አስተዳደር አመራሮችንም ያካተተ ነው የኛ መመሪያ። እንደ ሀገር የወጣ የቤት ድልድል መመሪያ ስለሌለ በውስጥ መመሪያ ነው የምንሰራው። አስተዳደር አመራሮችም ዳይሬክተር ደረጃ ያሉት በውድድር የራሳቸው ኮታ አላቸው። በውድድር ቤት ይሰጣቸዋል። እንግዲህ ኦዲተሮች እያሉ የቤት አበል የማይሰጣቸው አስተዳደር ሰራተኞች ለምንድን ነው ቤት የሚሰጣቸው ነው ግኝቱ። እኛ በውስጥ መመሪያ እየሰራን እንደሆነና ይሄ ደግሞ ለአስተዳደር አመራሮች የሚሰጥ ስለሆነ ለነሱም በጣም በቁጥር ውስን ናቸው ዳይሬክተር ደረጃ ያሉት ለነሱ እየሰጠ ነው ያለ ነው። ቦርድም የፈቀደላቸው የቤት አበል አለ። በዩኒቨርሲቲ ቦርድ የጸደቀላቸው ይሄንን ቤት ሲሰጣቸው አንከፍልም፣ ቤት ላልተሰጣቸው ደግሞ ብሩን ነው የምንሰጠው ማለት ነው። እና እስካሁን በዛ መልኩ ሄድን ነው። እንግዲህ እንደ ሀገር ወይ አሁንም ይቅር ይሄ አሰራር ትክክል አይደለም የሚባል ከሆነ የምንቀበለው ነው። የትምህርት የሄደ አካዳሚክ ሰራተኛ ውል አልገባም የተባለው ትክክል ነው። በወቅቱ ሂደት ላይ ነበረ። ውሉን አልገባም። ባለቤት ጋብቻ ሰርቲፊኬት ማቅረብ ነበረበት። ዋስም ፈልጎ 2 ዋስ ነው እኛ የምናስጠራው። ሁለት ዋስ በወቅቱ ባለማግኘቱ ምክንያት ውሉን በለቱ በዛን ሰዓት ኦዲተሮች በሚያዩበት ሰዓት አልገባም። በኋላ አሟልቶ ውል እንደገባ ለመግለጽ ነው። እንግዲህ ይሄ ከፋይናንስ ጋር የሚያያዙ የሰነድ አያያዝን ወይዘሮ እስከዳር ብትገልጽ ጥሩ ነው። አንድ ከመብራት ኃይል ግቢ ጋር በተያያዘ ዩኒቨርስቲው ለ25 ዓመታት ሲጠቀምበት ሲገለገልበት የነበረ ሙሉ ካምፓስ ከነ እቃው እያለ ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር ጽሕፈት ቤት ወስኖ ለመብራት ኃይል አገልግሎት ይሰጥ ስለተባለ ያንን ሰጠን። እዛ የሞላው የተከማቸው አልጋ፣ ቁምሳጥን፣ የተማሪ መማሪያ ወንበር፣ በርካታ የካፌቴሪያ እቃ፣ የላብራቶሪ እቃዎች በሙሉ ወደ ዋናው ግቢ ማምጣት ነበረብን። በጣም አስቸጋሪ ወቅት ነው ለኛ። ያ ወቅት ቆርቆሮ ሰርተን ሰብስበን ነው ያስቀመጥን የነበረው። ይሄ በተገቢ አልተቀመጠም ያሉ ትክክል ነው፣ አልተቀመጠም። በዛን ሰዓት ደረጃ በደረጃ እያስወገድን በተለይ በሰሜን አማራ ክልል ላሉት ዩኒቨርሲቲዎች፣ መምህራን ኮሌጆች በማስተላለፍ እዚህ አዲስ አበባም ለየካ ቦሌ ለሚኩራ ትምህርት ቤቶች እና ወረዳ ጽፈት ቤቶች እስከ ደቡብም ቴፒ ሰላም በር ድረስ ለትምህርት ቤቶች ያስተላለፈን አሁን በአግባቡ ሰጥቶ እኛ መጠቀም የምንችለውን በስርዓት ማስቀመጥ ችለናል ማለት ነው እና በወቅቱ ግኝቱ ትክክል ነው የሚል ነው። ከክሊኒክ ጋር በተያያዘ ክሊኒክ የሚመራው በጤና ጥበቃ ሚኒስቴር በወጣው መመሪያ ነው። ክሊኒኮች መያዝ ያለባቸው የኛ መለስተኛ ክሊኒክ ናት፣ አነስተኛ ናት። የተማሪ ቁጥር አነስተኛ ስለሆነ እንደ ሌላው ዩኒቨርሲቲ ሆስፒታል የለንም፣ ጤና ጣቢያ የለንም። መለስተኛ ክሊኒክ ናት። እዛ ውስጥ እንግዲህ በመናደርገው በመመሪያው በመናደርገው እንቅስቃሴ ውስጥ ክሊኒኩ ውስጥ ቴምፕሬቸር መለኪያ ቴርሞሜትር አልነበረም የተባለውን ኮሜንት ወስደን ገዝተን አሁን ገጥመናል። የመድኃኒት ስቶር ጠባብ ነው፣ ትክክል ነው። ይሄ መድኃኒት በመለስተኛ ክሊኒክ ባጭር ብዛቱ ወቅቱም አጭር እንዲሆን ነው መመሪያው የሚለው። ስለዚህ ሰፋ ያለ ስቶር የለንም። በየሶስት ወሩ ይገዛል፣ ጥቅም ላይ ይውላል። እንደዚህ ሰርኩሌት ስለምናደርግ ጠባብ ስቶር ነው እየተጠቀምን የነበረው። ግን ካርቶን ላይ የተቀመጠ የተባለው የገዛ ነው እና ወደ ፕሮፐር ቦታ ሳይሄድ ስቶር በዛው በካርቶን የተቀመጠውን ነው ያዩት። በኋላ ላይ ወደሚፈለገው ቦታ ነው የወሰነው። ትክክል ነው። ይሄ የመድኃኒት ከፋርማሲስት ወደ ሕክምና ወደ የሚሰጡት ባለሙያዎች የሚደረገው የመድኃኒት ልውውጥ ላይ ክፍተት ነው። በአንድ ሰው ብቻ ይሰራል የተባለው ትክክል ነው። ይሄንን በኋላ አይተን ሰጪና ደግሞ ስቶር ጠባቂ የተለያዩ ሰዎች እንዲሆኑ ነው ያደረግነው። ስለዚህ እርክክብ የሚፈጸምበትን ስርዓት አበጅተናል። በርካታ ሳይወገዱ የቆዩት እንግዲህ ይሄ ያወጋገዱ በጣም አስቸጋሪ ነው። አደገኛነትም ስላለው ወደሚመለከተው አመልክተን እነሱ አምጡ ባሉን ጊዜ ለማቃጠል አደራጅተን ነው ኤክስፓየር ያደረጉትን የወሰድነው። አሁን ተወግደዋል። ከቆጠራ አንፃር የውስጥ ኦዲተር ከኛ ጋር ነው። ቆጠራ የሚያካሂዱት እነሱ ናቸው። በዛ አመት ለምን እንዳልተካሄደ ምናልባት ውስጥ ኦዲት ዳይሬክተሩ እዚህ ስላሉ ሊያብራሩ ይችላሉ። ይሄ 4,636,788 በአጠቃላይ ማስተካከያ እርምጃ ምን ደረጃ ላይ እንዳለ የፋይናንስ ዳይሬክተሯ ይሄንን ብትገልጽ ጥሩ ነው። ከዚህ ጋር ተያይዞ በአጠቃላይ አሁን በደረስንበት የ13 ኦዲት ግኝቶች ከሞላ ጎደል ባቀረብነው ሰነድ በሰጠነው ማብራሪያ በወሰድነው እርምጃ ሙሉ በሙሉ በሚባል ደረጃ ከግኝትነት ወጥተው በፋይናል ማኔጅመንት ሌተር 2014 ላይ 2 ግኝቶች ናቸው የሚታዩት። እነኚህ በሙሉ እርምጃ የተወሰደባቸው እና ዩኒቨርሲቲው ወደ ክሊን ኤክሰፕት ፎር ወደሚለው የኦዲት አስተያየት የደረስንበትና ማሻሻያ መሻሻል ያሳየንበት እንደሆነ አጠቃላይ ለመግለጽ ነው። ቀሪውን እድሉን ወስደው ሊያብራሩ ይችላሉ።
እሺ፣ ስለተሰጠኝ እድል አመሰግናለሁ። ድምጼ ትንሽ ላይሰማ ይችላል። እስከዳር ስዩም የፋይናንስ ዳይሬክተር የ2012 4,633,788 ከ15 በድምሩ ግኝቶች የተቀመጡ ሲሆን በዝርዝር የተቀመጡ አሉ። አሁን ለመልስ እንዲመች በጥቅሉ የደረስንበትን ለማሳወቅ ያህል እነዚህ በጠቅላላ በድምር የተቀመጡት የኮንስትራክሽን ፔመንትን በተመለከተ ኢፍሚስን ወደ ትግበራ ሲገባ ብዙ ቻሌንጆች የነበሩት ነበር። ከገንዘብ ሚኒስቴር ኢፍሚስ ፕሮጀክት ጽህፈት ቤት ጋር በመነጋገር ነበር ክፍያዎችን የምንከፍለው። ሲስተሙ በባህሪው ምን ያደርግ ነበር? ከዊዞልዲንግ እና ቫት ላይ እየቀነሰ ወደ ተሰብሳቢ ይደምር ነበር። ያንን ችግር በወቅቱ ኦዲተሮች በመጡበት ሰዓትም እኛም ያጋጠመን ችግር ነበር። ይሄንን ችግር ይዘን ገንዘብ ሚኒስቴር ፕሮጀክት ጽህፈት ቤት ሄደናል። ሙያዊ ቴክኒካል የሆነ ነው የሚፈታላችሁ ተብለን ከተፈታ በኋላ ትክክልም ይሄ ገንዘብ ለገቢዎች መከፈል የነበረበት ገንዘብ ነበረ። ይሄንን ሲስተሙ ላይ ሴትል ሲያደርጉልን ለገቢዎች ክፍያውን ፈጽመናል። አጀስትመንቱም እነሱ ሪኮመንድ ባደረጉን መሰረት አስተካክለናል። የዚህን የኮንስትራክሽን ፔመንት ሙሉን ከፔመንት 1 ጀምሮ እስካሁን ድረስ ያለውን 2014 የመጡ የፌደራል ኦዲተሮች በዚህ ኮሜንት ተነስተው በዚህ ግኝት ተነስተው ሙሉን ሰነድ አይተው ምንም አይነት ክፍተት እንደሌለበት አምነው ክሊን አድርገውልናል። አሁን ሙሉ ለሙሉ እርምጃ ተወስዶበት የጸዳ መሆኑን ለማሳወቅ እፈልጋለሁ። አመሰግናለሁ።
ወንድም ወያኔ አባላለሁ። የኢትዮጵያ ሲቪል ሰርቪስ የውስጥ ኦዲት ዳይሬክተር። አንዳንድ እንትኖች መግለጫ ለመስጠት ለማብራራት ነው። ከዋና ስቶር ወደ ዕለት ምግብ ቤት የምግብ ዝግጅት ኃላፊ ሲተላለፍ ምንም አይነት መረካከያ ሰነድ የለውም ለምለው ላይ በመጀመሪያ ምግብ ዋና ስቶር አይገባም። የሚገባው የተማሪዎች አገልግሎት ስቶር አለ። የስልጠናና ፋሲሊቲ ደግሞ ራሱን የቻለ ስቶር አለ። ሁለት ናቸው። አንደኛው የተማሪዎች አገልግሎት ምግብ ዕቃ ግምጃ ቤት ነው። ሁለተኛ ደግሞ የስልጠናው ዕቃ ግምጃ ቤት አለን። ሜን ስቶር አይገባም የምግብ ነክ ነገሮች። ስለዚህ ምናልባት ይሄን ታረም ብዬ ነው ሲገባ የተማሪዎች አገልግሎት ከሆነ ራሱን የቻለ ስቶር አለው። እዛ ነው የሚገባው። ሲወጣ ራሱ በሞዴል 2 ይወጣል። ስለዚህ ሰነድ አለው ማለት ነው። እኛ ደግሞ ይሄንን በየሩብ ዓመቱ ኦዲት እያደረግ ለገንዘብ ሚኒስቴር ሪፖርት እናቀርባለን። ገንዘብ ሚኒስቴርም ከኢንስፔክሽን መምሪያ አሉና
ቅርታ
ምናልባት
እሱ በኋላ እንትን እንላለን። በኋላ ላይ ዋና ኦዲተርም የራሳቸውን ሀሳብ ይሰጣሉ። ይሄ መጨረሻ ላይ እንትኑን ስትፈራረሙ የመውጫ ስብሰባ ስታደርጉ ተፈራርማችኋል አይደል ፕሮፌሰር? እኮ
በዚህ አይነት መልኩ አይደለም። ምናልባት የቀረበው እዛ ማለት ነው። ምናልባት ሴት ሊሆን ይችላል። ግምጃ ቤቱ ለብቻ አለ። ከሜን ስቶር አይገባም ምግብ ነገሮች። ስለዚህ ራሳቸው ከራከሉም ለምን አመጣ ነው የዛኔ እኮ ከዋና ስቶርም ይሁን ሌላም ስቶር ይቀመጥ ግን የመረካከቢያ ሰነድ የላቸውም የተባለ አሁን ዋና ስቶሩ አቅራቢው ቀጥታ አምጥቶ የት ነው የሚያስገባው? የተማሪዎች አገልግሎት ሜን ስቶር ነው የሚያስገባው። ወይንም ስልጠናና ፋሲሊቲ ነው የሚገባው እንጂ ሜን ስቶር የሚገባው የምግብ ዕቃ ግምጃ ቤት እንትን የለም። ሜን ስቶር ላይ
አሁን የስቶሩ ነገር ከራከረንም
እኮ መረካከቢያ ሰነድ
አላችሁ
አለ።
እሺ በኋላ ዋና ኦዲተር ይላል።
አሁን ምን ማለት ይቻላል? በፎሎ አፕም ይቻላል። እኛ ደግሞ ይሄን በየኳርተሩ ገቢና ወጪውን ተቆጣጥረን በየኳርተሩ ቆጥረን ምን ያህል ከወጪ ቀሪ እንዳለ ለገንዘብ ሚኒስቴር ሪፖርት እናቀርባለን። በየኳርተሩ የተማሪዎች አገልግሎትም የስልጠናና ፋሲሊቲም ኦዲት ሪፖርታችን ላይ አለ። እኛም ኦዲት ሪፖርታችን ለዋና ኦዲተር እንሰጣለን። በየኳርተሩ ኦዲት ያደረግነው ለዋና ኦዲተሮች ሲመጡ እቅዳችን ይጠይቁናል። ኦዲት ሪፖርት ይጠይቁናል። ኦዲት ሪፖርት እንሰጣቸዋለን። ስለዚህ ምናልባት ላይ ፎሎ አፕ ላይ ቢያወጥ ጥሩ ነው የምነው። ሌላው መድኃኒቶች ከዋና ስቶር ወደ ዲስፔንሰሪ ሲተላለፍ ይላል። አሁን ነው መድኃኒቶች ከዋና ስቶር ወደ ዲስፔንሰሪ የሚተላለፈው በሰነድ ነው፣ በሞዴል 22 ነው። ይሄ መረጃ አለ። ምንም አይነት ርክክብ አልተደረገም ነው የምለው። ሰነድ አለው። ከዋና ስቶር ይገባል። እሱ ትክክል ነው። ከዛ የሚያወጡት ሞዴል 22 ነው። ሌላው በርካታ ሳይወገዱ የቆዩ መድኃኒቶች ትክክል ነው። ይሄን የሚያስወግደው አካል ብዙ ነው። ቅድም ፕሮፌሰርም ብለዋል። ከጤና ጥበቃ፣ ከክፍለ ከተማ ጤና ጣቢያ፣ ከፖሊስ እነኚህ እንትኖች ሲሟሉ ነው ማስወገድ የሚቻለው። ሌላው መድኃኒቶች ስኔ 30 በቁጥራ ኮሚቴ የማይቆጠሩ መሆኑ ትክክል ነው፣ ግን የሚቆጠረው በውስጥ ኦዲት ነው።
ጥያቄ ስላለ እዚህ ግን
እሺ አመሰግናለሁ። አሁን ዋናነት እያነሳን ያለ ነው የኦዲት ሪፖርቱ ላይ እናንተ እዚህ ኮንፈረንስ ላይ በተሰማማች ጉዳይ ስለሆነ ከዚህ በኋላ ያኔ ሰነድ ነበር የሚባለው ነገር ያው በፎላ በኋላ ኦዲተሮቹ እናንተ ጋር ሲመጡ ማሳየት ትችላላችሁ። አሁን የደረሳችሁበትን አስተካክለናል ያላችሁትን ብቻ ለዚህ ቤት ነው የሚፈልገው። ሌላው ግን ፎሎ ኦዲትም አለ። እኛም እንደ መንግስት ወጪና አስተዳደር ቁጥጥር ጉዳዮች ቋሚ ኮሚቴ የምናያቸው ነገሮች ስላሉ ከዚህ በኋላ ስለ ኤግዚቲቭ የተደረገበትን ኦዲት ወደ ኋላ ተመልሰን የምናይ ስላልሆነ የተስተካከለው ብቻ ሰምተን ወደ ፌደራል ዋና ኦዲት የምለው ነገር ብንሰማ የተሻለ ይሆናል የሚል ሀሳብ አለኝ።
ኦኬ መድኃኒቶቹ ሰኔ 30 በቁጥጥር ኮሚቴ የማይቆጥሩ የሚለው ሌሎች እቃዎች ላይ ቆጠራ ኮሚቴ አለ። አላቂ እቃዎች፣ ቋሚ እቃዎች የቆጠራ ኮሚቴ አለ። እኛም ከነሱ ጋር ሆነን ነው የምንቆጥረው። ቆጥረን ለገንዘብ ሚኒስቴር ፈሰስ እናደርጋለን። በትክክል ቆጥረን ራሳችን አብረን ሆነን መድኃኒት ላይ ትክክል ነው። ከኛ ጋር ኮሚቴ አልተቋቋመም። እኛ ግን ቆጥረን ልክ ከውጪ ቀርበዋል ፈሰስ ለገንዘብ ሚኒስቴር በየአመቱ ሪፖርታችን ለማሳየት ይቻላል። በየአመቱ ቆጥረን ፈሰስ ገንዘብ ሚኒስቴር የሚዳደርግ መሆኑን ለማረጋገጥ ነው። ምናልባት ሪፖርታችንም አይቶ ሊቻል ግን በኮሚቴ የኮሚቴ ከኛ ጋር የለም። በዳት ላይ ትክክል ናቸው። ኮሚቴ ከኛ ጋር የለም በዳት ላይ። ሌላው አሁን መውጫ ስብሰባ ላይ እነኚህ ነገሮች እንዴት ተረጋገጡ ለምለው አሁን ለማየት ማስተዋወስ አልችልም። ኢንፋክት ግን ይሄ ያለን መረጃ ያለን ትላ እንፈርም መውጫ ስብሰባ ላይ እንፈርም የሚል ነው። አመሰግናለሁ።
ያው መሀል አንገባም ብለን የተው ነው እንጂ ብዙ ጥያቄዎች ልንጠይቅ እንችላለን። ግን እርሱ ወደዛ እየወሰዱን ስለሆነ ነው ግዴታ መሀል ላይ ገብተን እንጠይቆት እያደረጉን ስለሆነ መድኃኒት በካርቶን መቀመጥ አግባብነቱ ይፈቅዳል? መድኃኒቱ እኮ ነው። ምናልባት ዛሬ የገባ ሊሆን ይችላል። አንድ ወርም የተወሰነ
ሁሉም አይደለም። መድኃኒቶች
አልጨረስኩም። የውስጥ ኦዲተር ኖት ምናልባት እንግዲህ እኛ ቀደም ፕሮፌሰር ሲናገሩ መጨረሻ ላይ ማጠቃላይ መጠየቅ ያለብንን እንጠይቃለን ብለን የተው ነው። እንዳለ እዚህ ጋር ያለው የኦዲት ግኝት የአሰራር ክፍተትና የአሰራር የመመሪያ ለመጠበቅ ነው። ያንን ማስተካከል የሚችለው ደግሞ የውስጥ ኦዲተር ነው እና የፋይናንሱ ዘርፉ ያንዳንዱ አመራር በየደረጃ ያለው አመራር ይንታች ወርዶ ይናይል አስተካከለም ስራውም አይደለም ግን ይቆጣጠራል፣ ይከታተላል፣ አቅጣጫ ያስቀምጣል። ያንዳንዱን በየቀኑ የተሰሩትን ስራዎች በየወሩ በየሳምንቱ የተሰሩትን ስራዎች ኦዲተር የሚሆን የፋይናንስ ዘርፉ እያስተካከለ መመሪያውን ጠብቆ ስራ መሰራት እንዳለበት የሚያስተካክለው እሱ ነው። እንግዲህ እዚህ ጋር ስናየው እርሶ ስላልኩኝ ይቅርታ ምናልባት እና እዚህ ጋር ስንመለከተው እየተደረገ ያለው ነገሮች አንደኛ ነገር መድኃኒቱ ቆጠራ አልተደረገም ነው። ምናልባት እንግዲህ የራሱ የሆነ አሰራር ስላለውም ባለሙያውም ስለምጠይቅ እሱን ለማሟላት ለምንድን ነው ያልሄዳችሁበት? እሱ ፕሮፌሰር ጋር በኋላ እንመለሳለን። ግን እንደ ኦዲተር የውስጥ ኦዲት እንደ ውስጥ ኦዲት በኋላ ክብርት አቦይነሽም የራሳቸውንም ሀሳብ ይሰጣሉ እና ይሄ ሁሉ አሰራር ዝርክርክነቱ እንዲሰፍን ሀሳብ ወይ ደግሞ መመሪያ እንዳንከተል የሂሳብ አያያዝን በአግባቡ እንዳንይዝ ለምሳሌ እዚህ ጋር እንሂድና የቱ ጋር ነበር? ይሄ ወደ መጨረሻ አካባቢ በአጠቃላይ ይላል የውስጥ ገቢ ሂሳብ ሰነዶች በአግባቡ ተደራጅቶ ለኦዲት በሚያመች መልኩ ያልተቀመጡና በየኮሌጁ የሚሰበሰቡ የውስጥ ገቢ ሰነዶች ከሰነድ ያዥ ጋር ርክክብ የማይደረግ መሆኑን ከአንዳንድ አቅራቢዎች ጋር ውል በሚፈራረምበት ወቅት በውል ሰጪና በውል ተቀባይ መካከል ቀን የማይጠቀስ መሆኑን ይሄ ሁሉን ተከታትሎ ይሄኛው ትክክል አይደለም የኦዲት ግኝት ይሆን ብናል ይሄኛው ይስተካከል ተብሎ በየ3 ወሩ በየ2 ወሩ ክትትል ስታደርጉ ለምንድን ነው ያላስተካከላችሁት? እንደ ውስጥ ኦዲት ይሄኛው መስተካከል አልነበረበት ሞይ ይሄኛውን ግኝት ከውጪ የመጡት የዋናው ኦዲት ኦዲተሮች ግኝት አድርጎ መውጣት ነበረባቸው ወይ? እዛ ጋር ያለው ክፍተት የማን ችግር ብሎ ያስባሉ? እርሶ እንደ ውስጥ ኦዲት
ተከበሩ አመሰግናለሁ። ተከበሩ ትክክል ነው። እኛ እኮ ትግኝቱ ትክክል አይደለም አላልኩም። ትክክል ነው። እኛ ኮሜንት አድርገናል። ሰነዶቹ በአግባቡ አሁን ኮሌጆች ላይ የሚቀመጡት ምንድነው የዩኒቨርሲቲያችን ትልቁ ችግር የሰነድ ማስቀመጫ ችግር አለ። የሰነድ ማስቀመጫ ችግር ስላለ ኮሌጅ እንትኖቹ የነኚህ የተማሪዎች ገቢ ስሊፕ የሚቀመጡት ኮሌጆች ጋር ከዛም በኋላ ወደ እንትኑ ይምጡ ወደ ፋይናንስ ሰነድ ክፍል ይምጡ ብለን እኮ ተነጋግረናል። ይሄ ቃል በቃ ለምንካካል አይደለም። ስለዚህ ምንድነው ዩኒቨርሲቲ ያለበት አሁን ፕሮፌሰር ቅድም ስል ነበር የዕቃ ግምጃ ቤቱም ጥበት ነበረን። አሁን አስተካክለናል። አሁን ደግሞ ችግር ያለው የሰነድ ክፍል ማስቀመጫ ጥበት አለ። አሁን ደግሞ ይቃለላል። ኢንፋክት አሁን ምንድነው አዲስ ህንጻ ስለሰራን አንድ ህንጻ ስለተለቀቀ እነኚህ ሰነዶች ወደ ዩኒቨርሲቲ ቀደም ሲል ዩኒቨርሲቲ ኃላፊዎች የነበሩበት ቢሮ እንዲገባ ተወስኗል። ስለዚህ ይህን አንድ መፍትሄ ነው እና ግኝቱ ትክክል ነው። የዋናው ኦዲተር አቀረበው እኛም አቀርበናል እኮ እንጂ እዚህ ስለማይታይ ነው እንጂ ሰነድ ችግር የቦታ ጥበት እንዳላቸው በጣም ችግር በጣም ጥበት ስላላቸው ልጆች ላይ ይቀመጡ ነበር። ሌላው ደግሞ መድኃኒት በካርቶን ለምሎ ምናልባት እነሱ በደረሱበት ጊዜ በካርቶን ተቀምጦ ሊሆን ይችላል። መድኃኒቶች ሼልፍ ላይ ነው የምንቀመጡት። እኔ እስከማውቀው እኛ ቆጠራ ስንሄድ ከሼልፍ ላይ ነው የምንቆጥረው። ምናልባት እንግዲህ እነሱ ሰርፕራይዝ በሚሄዱበት ጊዜ እቃው ማከፋፈያ መጥቶ በካርቶን ላይ አግኝቶት ሊሆን ይችላል። ትክክል በካርቶን መቀመጡ ትክክል ነው ብዬ አይደለም። ስለዚህ ይሄ ለወደፊት የምናስተካክል ነው። ግኝቱን እንቀበላለን። ለሰጡት ግብአት ከፍ አድርገን እጅግ አድርገን እናመሰግናለን። እኛ የእኛ አጋር ናቸው። ዋና ኦዲተር ማለት የውስጥ ቁጥጥሩን አንድ ላይ ነው እንትን የምንለው። እቅዶቻችን ይጠይቁናል፣ ሪፖርታችን ይጠይቁናል፣ የሰራነው ስራ ይጠይቁናል። የካሽ ካውንት እነኚህ ባላንሶች በሙሉ በእኛ ነው የምሰራው። የንብረት ማመዛዘን፣ የካሽ ማመዛዘን ብዙ ነገሮች ነው የምንሰራው። ግን እዚህ ሪፖርት ላይ ስላልቀረበ እንጂ በየኳርተሩ ወይዘሮ አባነሽ አለች 100 ገጽ ያላነሰ ሪፖርት ነው የምናቀርበው። የፋይናንሻል እንትን አለ አሁን በእጄ ምናልባት አሁን ለምሳሌ የ2014 በጀት ዓመት የመጨረሻው ማለት ነው 9 ገጽ ሪፖርት፣ 85 ገጽ መተማመኛዎች፣ 4 ገጽ መውጫ ስብሰባ ቃለ ጉባኤ፣ የውስጥና የዋና ኦዲተር ክትትል ሪፖርት 2 ገጽ፣ በድምሩ 100 ገጽ ሸኞችን ሪፖርት ለገንዘብ ሚኒስቴር እናቀርባለን። ከ100 ገጽ ያላነሰ ጸርዘም ማለት ነው። ምናልባት ሪፖርታችን እዚህ ቀርቦ ስላልተደረገበት ሊሆን ይችላል እንጂ ከኛ የተረፈው ከኛ ያመለጡን ነገሮች ደግሞ ኦዲተር የኛ የዕለት ዕለት ክትትል ነው። በግምጃ ቤት ያሉት እቃዎችን በየሩብ ዓመቱ ባላንስ እናደርጋለን። የምግብ እቃዎች ባላንስ እናደርጋለን። መድኃኒት ባላንስ እናደርጋለን። ፔቲ ካሽ ባላንስ እናደርጋለን። ከኛ ያመለጡት ደግሞ ከኛ ከአቅማችን በላይ የሆኑትን ደግሞ ዋና ኦዲተር ያገኘዋል። ቴንኪው ነው የምለው፣ አፕሪሼት እናደርጋቸዋለን። ስለዚህ ተጠሪነታችን የተለያየ ነው። የዋና ኦዲተር ተጠሪነቱ ለሕዝብ ተወካዮች ምክር ቤት ነው። እኛ ደግሞ ተጠሪነታችን ለመስሪያ ቤቱ የበላይ ኃላፊና በግልባጭ ደግሞ ለገንዘብ ሚኒስቴር ነው የምናቀርበው። ስለዚህ በተቻለ መጠን የውስጥ ኦዲቱ ያለውን ይጥራል። አሁን ኔክስት አሁን 2014 ላይ ኤክሴፕት ፎር ነው ያለ ነው። ኦልሞስት ክሊን ማለት 4-5 ግኝቶች ብቻ ናቸው ያሉን እና እዚህ አሁን ዋና ኦዲተሪም ሲያጠቃልል ማኔጅመንት ሌተሩ ላይ ከ2013 7 ግኝቶች ብቻ ናቸው ያመጡት። ከዚህ 3 ብቻ ናቸው ሴትል ያልተደረጉት። አንደኛው ቅድም የተባለው የሪፖርት 2 አይነት ሪፖርት ለምን ወጣል? ይሄ ገንዘብ ሚኒስቴር ምላሽ የሚሰጥበት የፊሚስ ጉዳይ ነው። ለምን አንድ ሪፖርት አሁንም ገንዘብ ሚኒስቴር ደግሞ አይደለም የመንግስት ገንዘብን ከውስጥ ገቢ ጋር አላደባለቅም ብሎ በራሱ በኦፕሬቲንግ ዩኒት ያንቀሳቀሰ ነው ያለው። ይሄ እንግዲህ በአገር አቀፍ ደረጃ አንድ ሀገር ነው ያለ ነው። ማን ነው ትክክለኛ ዋና ኦዲተር ነው ወይስ ገንዘብ ሚኒስቴር? እኛ የምንፈታው አይደለም እዚህ። ሌላው ከ2013 አሁን ከተባሉት ውስጥ 3 ነገሮች ብቻ ናቸው የቀሩት። ሌላው በሙሉ ሴትል ተደርጓል እና እንደ ውስጥ ኦዲት እኛ ክትትል እናደርጋለን። የዋና ኦዲተሪም ክትትል እናደርጋለን። የራሳችንም ክትትል እናደርጋለን። ከኛ ከአቅም በላይ ሆነው እንትን ካልሆነ ደግሞ ያ በዋና ኦዲተር ቀርቦ እንትና አሁን ግን 2014 ላይ አልቀረበም እንጂ ዋና ኦዲተርም ሊያቀርብ ይችላል። 3 ግኝቶች ብቻ ናቸው። ኤምፋሲ እንትኖቹ ላይ 3 ሌላው እይታ ነው። ፋይናንሻል ስቴትመንትን የቀረበው ፋይናንሻል ስቴትመንት በስታንዳርዱ መሰረት ፌር ነው ፌር አይደለም ብሎ ፌር ነው ብሎ ሰጥተውናል። አሁን በ2014 ከዚህ ደግሞ የተማር ያስተካከል እንሄዳለን። ግን አሁን ትልቁ ችግር የውስጥ ኦዲት መዋቅሩ ትንሽ ኦዲተሮቹን እንትን አድርጓል፣ ኮላፕስ አድርጓል። ስለዚህ እሱን እዚህ ባላነሳ ውስጥ ኦዲተሮች አሁን ወደ ሌላ እንትን ሄደው እየተወዳደሩ ነው ያሉት። ኔክስት ይር ላይ ከዚህ የባሰ ይመጣል ብዬ ነው የሚፈራው። ኦዲተሮች ልምድ ያላቸው ኦዲተሮች ወደ ሌላ ክፍል ይሄዱ። ኦዲተሮች ቢቆዩልን ነው እዛው መደባቸው ላይ ቆይቶ ተወዳድሮ ቢሆን ኖሮ ጥሩ በአገሪቷ ጥሩ የኦዲት ደረጃን የምናስመዘግብ ይሆን ነበር። አሁን ግን ቲም የነበረው ፈርሷል። ቲም የለም። አሁን የኩዋኔ ቲም ነበረን፣ የፋይናንሻል ቲም ነበረን። አሁን እሱ የለም። ደረጃውም ዝቅ ያለ ነው። ኦዲተሮች አሁን ለቆ ነው የሚሄዱት። ኔክስት ይር ላይ ኦዲቱ የሚስተናገደው በፍሬሽ ኦዲተር በጀማሪ ይሄ ነገር ደግሞ ኔክስት ይር አሁን ክሊን ነው ሊባል ስለሚችል እንደ ሀገር ማሰብ ያስፈልጋል። እንግዲህ መንግስት ነው የወሰነው ለአንዴና ለመጨረሻ ጊዜ የውስጥ ኦዲተሮች ወደ ውጭ መወዳደር ይችላሉ። ከውጭ ወደ ውስጥ ኦዲት መምጣት ይችላሉ። ስለ አውቶማቲካሊ መደቡ ዝቅተኛ ስለሆነ ሁሉም ኦዲተሮች ማዋቅርና ወደ ውጭ ነው ተወዳደሩ። ስለዚህ ሰጋቴን ያወራው ነውና አመሰግናለሁ።
አቤት ተወንትን ሰምተናል። ዋና ኦዲተር ለተሰጡት መልሶች ላይ ማብራሪያ እንዲሰጡ እኔም እነሱ ያሉትን እንደብራራ የምፈልገው 1.2 ላይ በ2011 እና 2012 ባጀት ዓመት 7 ሚሊዮን 145,042 ዓመተ ምህረት አመቱን አልጨረስነውም። ገና የወደፊት ቀጣይነት ያለው አመት ኦዲት ግኝቶ ነው መጣብን እንጂ በዚህ አመት ውስጥ የሚያልቅ አይደለም ተብሎ ነው ከዚህ ጋር የተመለሰው። እሱ ላይ ሀሳብ እንድሰጡልን። ሁለተኛው 12ኛ ላይ ለአካዳሚ ሰራተኞች የተዘጋጁትና ትርፍ የሆነ የተቀመጠ መኖሪያ ቤት መመሪያችን ይፈቅድልናል ነው የተባለው። ያንን መመሪያ አሳይተዋል ወይ? የዛኔ በዛ አግባብስ መመሪያው ምን ይላል? የነሱ መመሪያ ብቻ ሳይሆን እንደ መንግስት ያለው መመሪያ የወጡት የቤት አሰጣጥ ለሰራተኞች
calendar. So this improvement measures, I believe, would help us stop the ever-increasing price inflation. However, the price inflation, if you want to curb it, many reforms are underway, but daily consumable goods, their supply, and also the market system, there are many problems still on the ground, and this is creating heavy pressure on the community, and this might be continuing, especially the price increment in the pastoral areas, especially low-income parts of our citizens. It's incurring a heavy toll on our people. Therefore, the price increment in our country is really damaging the pastorals, and also there's a heavy influence. So what are we thinking of curbing this trend, stopping this trend? Thank you. Honorable Shambar Jambar Asmamau. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would also thank Her Excellency the Prime Minister for being here to respond to our question. My question, in our country, in order to ensure peace and rule of law, the government is taking measures in a very responsible way to stop attacks from within and also from without, and the government is giving mature leadership, and also in the diplomatic work, a lot of good work is underway. I'm grateful for that. First, by way of strengthening our security and army, so that it would increase our logistics. Armaments need to be modernized if there are problems in the long term also, so that we would make use of our natural resources. Our neighbors have been making use of our resource. Now that we are building the Renaissance Dam to make use of our own resources, they're insisting that they want to use it for themselves, and they're applying diplomatic pressure, and also conducting military trainings in our neighboring countries. Egypt have done a lot to pose a danger on our country. So in order to build a modern society, a modern army, sorry, so is the budget enough to forge a modern army in order to protect our national integrity and also handle internal issues? We need to strengthen ourselves. So the security forces, the defense forces, and the police, in order to modernize this. I think the budget is too small. If you would elaborate on that. And secondly, in our country, for the last 30 years, hate information, anti-democratic trends, corruption has been rampant. So the government is engaged in a lot of work to curb these evil trends. However, in various parts of our country, there are displacements, loss of lives and property, and still we suffer problems by way of ensuring the rule of law. The government has designated Wayane and Shane as terrorists, and as a result of the good work done by the government, peace is reigning more and more in the country, but some places have suffered a lot. So in order to help them and reinstitute them, what's the budget that is allotted for these? Thank you. Honorable Waziri Tanai Desta. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and also want to thank the Prime Minister for being here to respond to our questions. Before moving to our question, on the sixth national election, we have planted trees, and God has helped us, and it's been successful. As the Prime Minister knows, in the past elections, the 5 past elections, there were things that were repeated that were full of corruption. So we've strengthened now the electoral board and come up with a conducive situation for fair and free election, and the people owned the process and lined up for hours and hours patiently, so with no pressure. It was conducted a free election. So congratulations, and this did not just came to be. The Prime Minister needs to be thanked for his mature leadership, and also the opposition parties. I want to thank them for standing for peace. I want to thank the people of Ethiopia for standing for peace and showing proper conduct all along. I want to thank the Ethiopian people. So in the past years, a lot of work has gone into improving our economy and come up with new economic improvements, and we're doing well. And we're still going into through economic growth, but there are still strong challenges that we're facing. That's loan pressure and poor export and inflation also. So, Excellency Prime Minister, especially the heavy loan pressure that we have, how can we minimize that, and what are the measures in place to do that? And also, secondly, the commodity and especially the export problems and increase our export items. What are we doing to improve our export trade? And thirdly, in order to contain inflation, a lot of work has gone into that. However, the situation does not seem to be effective. And why are we failing in this regard? And if you would elaborate on that. Thank you. Wizaro Tufani Tura. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And also thank His Excellency the Prime Minister for being here to respond to our question. I'll read my question. First of all, the government is taking a lot of measures to contain price increase, inflation. However, the inflation is still on the increase. Your Excellency Prime Minister, what is it that you have in place that inflation would decrease in 2014? And secondly, the annual budget is given to the regions as per the budget formula. However, as you know, the budget is not the situation on the ground. The development condition is not the same. Some do not have water, some do not have hospitals, some lack for infrastructure, so they're still carrying the sick on their backs on stretchers. Your Excellency Prime Minister, what measures are in place to take care of these problems on the ground so that the citizens in every region would benefit from the economic development? Thank you. Honorable Waziro Momina Mohammed. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Greetings, and also thank Your Excellency for being here to respond to our questions. First of all, Your Excellency, our Minister, from day one of the change, anti-peace forces that want to abort the reforms, but we've been handling it patiently with wisdom, so that would ensure peace and democracy and humanity would be honored, and that Ethiopia would forge ahead towards prosperity. I want to thank you for your humble leadership and hard efforts. And for the budget 2014, I have some comments and questions. 2014 federal budget, in comparison with the previous budget, is very unique, and I believe would ensure the prosperity of Ethiopia is based on studies, and their implementations, measures of implementations have been put in place to help us handle the complicated economic situation on the ground, and is gears toward giving solutions to problems on the increase, and budget is increased for regions also. And also for Tigray region, considering the situation on the ground, and also to support that region in a strengthened manner. A better budget has been assigned, so it is in line, very considerate to the situation on the ground. My questions on the budget here, for the budget that we use to increase revenue and strengthen our economy, is important, considering this truth among the high income, especially that those that contribute more than 10% for GDP. As we know, one is tourism, and it is very helpful for our economy to strengthen tourism. What kind of attention is being given to tourism? And secondly, in our country, the one and big problem is that of joblessness. It has its own many reasons. So among the development works of the budget year, and also in every other way, what are we thinking of taking care of this problem? And thirdly, this limited resource that we have, to use it properly without any corruption, channeling it through the designated purposes, and also monitoring the development. If you would elaborate on that. አቶ ታደሰ መሰለ። I want to thank Honorable Speaker. I'll read my question. First of all, our country, Ethiopia, conducted a successful election that pleased our friends and displeased our enemies, and the people came out to make sure that the Ethiopia transitions forward. I ask, if possible, if we can stand up and appreciate our people for the elections. I want to thank Ato Taddese. So the government is doing to level at best to make sure that there's economic development in the country, especially coming up with homegrown economic measures. The measures are hopeful, but still the economy has many challenges. The price inflation is there now. We cannot contain it in a manner that we want to. So especially low-income people and people with salaries are suffering a lot. So in order to curb this difficult situation, do you have any measures in plan, if you would plan? And in construction, the price of cement has skyrocketed and has posed a serious problem. And this also damages the economy and also creates further joblessness. So what's the government thinking to take care of this problem? And second question, and concerning the Renaissance Dam and also other development works are underway in our country. Some countries like Egypt are threatened by the fact that we are on the path to development, and they seem to be posing security problems in our country, so that there would no more be security problems in order to strengthen our defense force. That's very important. So defense forces and other security budget allotted, do you think it's sufficient? Professor Almaz? Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to also thank the Prime Minister for being here to respond to our questions. Before my question, I have an opinion. Our country, Ethiopia, in the past 3 years is undergoing a reform, but so many activities from within and from without are there to abort the reform. And in the midst of the situation, we conducted the sixth national election in a very unique manner, in a very democratic, peaceful manner. For those who made this a reality, for the peoples of Ethiopia and also the security forces and the media outlets, I'm grateful for all of them. I would pose my question. Honorable, Your Excellency Prime Minister, in this election, if your party wins and you form a government, what are you planning to tackle this high cost of life, especially to help those in the low income category? What are the measures put in place to avert this? And do we know the root cause of this problem? And secondly, the Renaissance Dam, our Ethiopia is hopeful and looks forward to the development that we get out of this dam. So the second round infilling of water, what's the current situation? If you would elaborate, thank you.
Next is Honorable Ms. Jumper-Nishkamfa. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable Prime Minister. In our country, for the first time, we have been able to have a free and independent electoral board, and I would like to congratulate you for that. Moving on, the development and prosperity projects to be successful. My prayer goes with you, and I will present my questions in reading. 1. Our country, Ethiopia, in the sector of diplomacy is regarded as one of the pioneers, and in different continents and countries, we have more than 44 embassies and 48 consulars and assigned diplomats, and is conducting several activities, especially in the past 3 years in the diplomacy sector. Activities conducted and recognized by the world can be mentioned. However, given the rapid changes the country wants at the moment, A, the diplomats assigned in this sector should be experienced. B, investments, technologies, and foreign currency options should be attracted by these individuals. C, the demands of our people and our country should be understood by the international community. And D, communities of Ethiopia and the diaspora living abroad should make direct contributions into the country, and activities being conducted in that regard in line with the budget and human resource relatively is hard. Do you think we have registered good results in that regard? Honorable Prime Minister, if you can explain on that. Your Excellency, in different parts of our country, especially Addis Ababa and major cities, we have many citizens living on the streets, and NGOs and other organizations and people are doing their best to support them. However, their number is increasing from time to time. Your Excellency, with the respect you have to this public in general, in order to help them come out of the streets and to be successful in different sectors, there must be a national policy, and in that regard, all should contribute and support. And if you can explain or elaborate on the plans in this regard. Thank you very much. Thank you. Next is Honorable Mrs. Almaz Masala. Thank you, Honorable Speaker of the House, Honorable Prime Minister of the FDRE, Dr. Abiy Ahmed, and thank you very much for coming here to respond to the questions we'll be raising, representing the public. Before my questions, the internal and external challenges we're facing, we faced, was challenged by great decision making of yourself. You have contributed to raise our name in front of the world, and I would like to give my appreciation to you for that. I support the 2021-2022 budget, and since I support it, I will raise a few questions or matters I believe elaborations should be given. 1, Honorable Prime Minister, from the time you begin leading the reform government, which is 3 years ago, several sectoral changes, transformations took place and conducted and made sure impressive activities are implemented. For example, in the agriculture sector, from the beginning, you have allocated large amount of budget for irrigation and also conducted activities to replace the wheat we import from abroad and gave support for the sector, and agricultural mechanization machineries were previously levied with high taxes, and you helped remove those barriers, and you deserve honor for that. However, farmers, pastoralists, and community members and the private sector financial support is not up to the level it's expected to be, and to furnish free and fair allocation of budget and financial resources, what is planned, and in order to support the agriculture sector, is there not a way to have a dedicated financial supply or institution? Two, in the 10-year perspective plan and roadmap, in order to ensure national prosperity, multi-sectoral developmental activities are to be conducted. There are sectors that we have not been able to adequately utilize, and those sectors will be given attention, and I congratulate you for that. From among that, the tourism sector is one of them. Our country, Ethiopia, has natural, beautiful biodiversity, and if we can do a little bit on that, it can make it an attraction for tourism. But however, we didn't use this resource properly. Honorable Prime Minister, in the short time you had, if I look at the activities you conducted in that sector, only I can see how you can be able to transform that sector. Therefore, on top of the existing, the natural existing parks, we have Awash, the Babile natural forest, and so on, deserve protection so that they can be attraction for tourism in full capacity. And for that, what is expected to be done, and the organization or structure of the sector is not centralized. So if there is a plan on that as well, I would wish for you to explain. Thank you. Thank you very much. Next is Honorable Mr. Dogiso Ogona. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker of the House, Honorable Prime Minister. Thank you for coming here to respond to our questions. I will forward my questions as following. In the past 3 years, under your administration, remarkable achievements registered following struggle. The 2021-2022 budget of the federal government is important for social and prosperity journey and focused on major areas, and I would like to extend my appreciation for that, and I believe God will help us with that. Honorable Prime Minister, beginning from the 2019 budget year, your government was supporting the poor and was trying to bring down the cost of goods to a single digit, or the inflation to a single digit. However, it continued to be a challenge for the livelihood of citizens. The rate of inflation that has become a threat for our country. What are the policy actions you plan to take in order to reduce that? Two, the government, in order to reduce unemployment, has drafted several strategies and conducted significant activities, and good results have been registered. But since we have more than 50% of our population to be young population, and a lot of them coming out of universities and training institutions, the job opportunity created by the public institutions and the private sector will not be sufficient to employ, and because of that, several citizens are migrating to other countries and facing difficulties and atrocities. Therefore, Honorable Prime Minister, unemployment and migration that's affecting our citizens needs to be dealt with, and what are the plans provided for the coming budget year? Thank you. Thank you very much. Next is Honorable Mr. Matthias Galebo. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker of the House, Honorable Prime Minister of the FDRE, Dr. Abiy Ahmed. Thank you for coming here amongst us to respond to our questions, and I will raise my questions as follows. The government in different parts of our country has been trying to extend road infrastructures and was supporting different road projects with budget and the construction, and this shall be applauded. In the coming 2021-2022 budget year, several new road construction projects and upgrading existing road infrastructure in different parts of our country is planned to be conducted as per the draft budget submitted to the House. However, in line with road construction, as it is allocated with highest budget, some road projects are delayed because of procurement and are facing challenges in implementation. For example, from Arbaminch to Konso to Jinka Road project in the 2020-2021 budget year was planned. However, it wasn't implemented. Moreover, some road projects have been initiated, however, they were not completed for so many years and were transferred to the next budget year, also facing problems with quality and payment of compensations. For that regard, in order to solve these problems and to register better execution, what is planned? I thank you very much. Thank you very much. Next is Honorable Mr. Abdul Nasser. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker of the House. The same to you, Honorable Prime Minister. The completion of our national election is a historic moment, as an achievement, and on the other hand, it is a victory against internal and external forces that wished to disintegrate our country. For this success, I would like to congratulate our Prime Minister for his administration and decisions. Our government and our people has citizenry and humanity support for the people of Tigray, and the unilateral ceasefire of the government is appropriate, and I would like to thank the government for that. And the action taken, I believe, will have fruits, and I shall present my questions as follows. 1. Following the reform, many projects are being completed as per the time and quality designed. Out of these projects, schools by the First Lady, the Wadajanet Square and Toto and the likes can be mentioned. Therefore, Honorable Prime Minister, the federal level projects are completed rapidly, and such action should be extended to all regions and in the construction sector from the federal to a lower level, grassroots level. There are issues of quality and limitation of capacity and inability to complete as per the budget. So if you can elaborate on that, on what's planned for the coming year in order to cover expenses. Domestic income or revenue is important, and it's one of the major options registered. Therefore, revenue collection institutions do have capacity problems and problems on the side of taxpayers and evasion of tax that requires to be revised in order to also install modern tax collection mechanisms. So what's planned in that regard? Thank you very much. Following is Honorable Mrs. Ababai Gazahin. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker of the House. Honorable Prime Minister, thank you for coming here to join us to respond to our questions. I'll raise my questions in reading. The 6th annual election was peaceful and with popular support from the public, even though it was conducted under international and local pressure. Impressive results were registered. Honorable Prime Minister, given the current situation, how do you evaluate the process of election in this regard from the side of political parties and the public in general to maintain peace and to install real democracy? What should be done if your party receive popular vote, majority vote? What is its plan to work with other political parties? Thank you very much. Thank you. Next is Honorable Mr. Zaudu Kabeda. Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Speaker of the House, and thank you, Prime Minister, for coming amongst us to respond to our questions. I'll raise my questions as follows. As it is known, the TPLF junta took a treacherous act against our Northern Defense Force, and the Defense Force was undertaking its responsibility of law enforcement. During the law enforcement activity, the regional people faced several atrocities, and the government is trying to reinstate the people and trying to cure the challenges faced by the terrorist group. Regional governments are also showing their support. However, the challenge is complex, and because of repeated challenges being faced, it is unable to provide humanitarian support. Several international organizations and media are flagging this and blaming the government for that. Recently, the decision of the government to cease fire was the right decision. However, the current situation of Tigray, what is it like? And the terrorist TPLF group, if it regroups and takes the power to administer Tigray, do you think there will be peace in the region, sustainable peace? The current situation where the people of Tigray are not receiving humanitarian support, don't you think they will be facing several consequences? At the same time, students studying in the region are not able to come out, and many parents are worried. So what's being done in that regard as well? And going forward, what is the relationship of the region going to be with the federal government? Some international organizations and media are blaming the government for that. And in that regard, what is being done by the government to communicate the law enforcement activities, the proper activities of the government? Thank you very much.
Honorable members of the Parliament, I want to thank you for questions and opinions you put forward. So I would ask His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister, to respond to questions and opinions. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and also this historical Parliament. I want to thank you also, this Parliament. In comparison with the processes that other parliaments went through, this one is different. Like in COVID, because of COVID, this term has moved in its sixth year, and secondly, in the tenure of the parliament, there's been a national change and was forced to operate in a very difficult situation. So it handled its responsibilities with a great sense of responsibility. And it's a parliament that carried the nation forward, transitioned the country forward, and came up, handled its duties properly. So on behalf of the Ethiopian people and their organ, the executive organ, I want to thank you sincerely. And in today's forum, we need to give honor, or you gave honor to those that deserve it. To the Ethiopian people deserve honor. Our national defense forces, they deserve honor and thanks. So what you did in that regard is proper. I want to thank you for that also. Our entire people and also opposition parties, if they would, everyone would listen. Something that I want them to listen is the questions that were being raised today. And also, but those that have not raised up to ask questions also, most of them, maybe with the exception of few, have not participated in the current election.
So they're not saying that the party is democratic because I won, but they're saying Ethiopia won, and that's why the process is democratic. So it's not personal, not because they have won the election personally, but they're thanking the people for conducting free and fair elections. So this parliament, the discipline it exhibited for the past 6 years, and they would continue to participate in various places and contribute positively for the prosperity of the country, and would make use of their experience, vast experiences. I would divide the questions into two. The first part relates with economic matters, and the second one relates to current issues. I think we should give priority to the economic issues for two reasons. One, most of the questions deal with economic issues, and secondly, what benefits us is to deal with our economic matter first. Each question, before going into each questions, Honorable Parliament and our entire people might go back and see what we went through, and also see the economic situation in a balanced manner, in an emotional manner. I would want to relate some issues. One is COVID. COVID has it not only Ethiopia, but the continent and the entire globe. Economically developed countries have been hit and challenged by this pandemic, and the economy has suffered a lot. The same with our continent. Many countries have suffered not only inflation, but their day-to-day life has been affected severely. They were forced to have complete lockdown 2-3 times in the country, with a heavy toll in many respects. When you look at the situation in Ethiopia, it has been challenging. Many people have lost their lives. COVID has been very challenging, global challenge. But in considering our condition, apart from COVID, we had other locusts. Locust was also a problem. As you know, at the beginning of this year when we met, the agriculture suffered a lot as a result of locust, and there was fear that hunger might come within our country. But the locust was damaging. It did not actually bring about hunger. It has affected our agriculture to a certain extent, and there was also heavy rains and floods. This has caused displacements, and there was a lot of conflicts within the country that has taken toll in human life and property destruction. And also the politicians were engaged in evil acts. As a result, many citizens, agriculturalists, and low-income countries have been displaced from many regions in the past years. Many delays in projects, as you know, agro-industrial park, sugar parks, dams, road constructions, a lot of projects delayed for years, and they gave us economic pressures. So in order to complete these projects and come up with new projects were very challenging, but internationally there's a high inflation. And so this international inflation has been imported in our country. For, if you say, consider fertilizer, and a year or so, the price doubled. The same with benzene, fuel. many commodities have increased, the price of commodities have increased globally. Apart from that, Ethiopians globally that have left the country, that lived in foreign countries, were forced to go back to their countries. So these are heavy challenges, but we're still here, but we're still in the path of development. So the government would not say it's because of our special effort, would not be prideful. We need to analyze the situation. What is it that sustained Ethiopia among all these challenges? Many predicted evil, but in some ways we fared better than other countries. We need to pause and think over the reasons. This country is not only historical, it's quite resilient. It's not really what others say, but can withstand challenges. And it's been very educational for us and also for the entire community. So, Honorable Parliament, if you would encourage research in this line and find out the secret, it would be very helpful. I would be mentioning this here and there again. So these challenges helped us to forge our unity and to stand firm as a nation. And also our Creator has helped us a lot and stood with us. I see all these as proof of the truth of this fact. So in all these challenges, when we look our economic journey, after the change in 2011, our economic development change was 9%. Year after that, because of COVID, there was a heavy economic destruction, but we managed to grow by 6.1%. This year, we need to wait until September to know the exact figure, but indications so far show that, first of all, because of the good rains that we are experiencing, farming has been productive and there's been increase in the yields, and secondly, the wheat and 15 million quintals of wheat have been produced already, and thirdly, coffee quantity and also export quality. We're aiming about 1 billion export. We're getting close there. When we look at fruits, in the past years, the projects that we started, avocado, papaya, and other fruits are bearing fruit to a certain extent. Minerals, as you all know, next to coffee, we earn more than $500 million in exports, and it's showing an increase. And also exports, we had issues in the past, but this year at least has come up with a change of 18% in the financial sector. We're going to that later, but there's been increment in project implementation, as has been said earlier. The old projects and also the new ones, still, although there's a lot of work in hand, but there are improvements along the way. So the 2011, it's not up to 2011, but we're doing better than the 2012, and we expect to grow in a scale close to that of 2011. Indicators indicate that way. As I said earlier, the GDP or our individual annual increment is more than 1,000. The GDP, Ethiopian GDP, is more than $100 billion. And nationally, it's 2.4 trillion. That's GDP. There's a lot of change. Money in the banks is more than 1 trillion. Banks in cash, and also their total resource has grown to 1.9 trillion birr. The growth around the banks, we still a lot of work needs to go into it, but it's very encouraging. And the trade export-import imbalance in 2011, the imbalance was 14.6%. Last year it came down a little, but now it's gone down to 9-point-something%. So this trade deficit is narrowing down and quite encouraging. A lot of work also needs to go into it. Export, as I said earlier, from last year growth, this year it has grown by 14%. Ethiopia, for the first time, we've exported $3.5 billion worth amount. The highest we had in the past was close to 3 billion, but now we have surpassed that. We can say it's a big growth. Again, because export increased, it's not because imports are going down, but the import stands 0.6%, has grown, and so annually export grows with 2 digits. If we curb the import rate a bit, in a few years the deficit will come down. So we need to work more on export and control import on vital issues only. That would be our work in the years ahead also, that we would be able to increase our, to decrease our inflation. Concerning loan pressure, it was 37% of our GDP, now it has come down to 26%. When we look, that's our entire loans, but when we look at the time frame, the trend is on the decrease. And this is because of restructuring loans with our partners. In the past 3 years, we have stopped receiving commercial loan because this has been very damaging to us. We have stopped it altogether. Some loans, we're trying to pay them in a better manner. So this loan pressure is decreasing to a certain extent. Not only that, but we need 1 more 2 years to strengthen this, but our loan capacity is also increasing. So also on foreign investment, even in our diverse challenges, this has grown by 20%, $2.7 billion worth has gone into Ethiopia. So this $2.7 billion is actually what we received. Few African countries were able to manage that. It's only COVID, but we had to undergo elections also. So going forward, this would continue to improve. One major thing is the ease of doing business. We're working to make the environment welcoming, and this has been successful. We would continue to work on this, and also regions need to create investments. It's happening, but we'll continue along the same path, and so that would strengthen our investment capacity. That's critical for our economic development. The loans and investment change is also, the difference is increasing. 2 years ago, the difference between investment and loans, the difference was 14.5%. Last year it came down a bit, but this year it has gone down to 9% in vis-a-vis GDP. From the entire resource of the country, 20% of it is saved, would be saved, and then the rest would be and then invested. 80% would be consumed. That's in line with GDP, but when you look at our investment with GDP is 30%, so there's a 10% gap. So this 10% would be completed with investment. So when we increase our investment, instead of consuming 80, this should come down to 70, 60. That would increase our local investment and boost our economic development. That's why we say we need to increase our saving. The current difference that we have is lower than 10, but if we increase our savings, would have more room for local investment. Vis-a-vis the financial sector, one that helps us saving the change in the bank system. 2 years ago, Ethiopians who have a bank accounts, it's true that one individual would have 2-3 accounts. There's only 37.8 people who had bank accounts. It's not to say that everyone has a single one, but the entire book accounts were 38-something million. But 2 years later now, 66.2 million customers are there in the banks. The reason being not only the increasing of savings, the change in cash note is also there, and also saving is there in line with the GDP. This year this has gone up to 30%. So this financial sector is strengthening the financial sector and helped them to give loans. This year it has given out more than 20% loans. Not only this, as you remember, government loan used to be higher than the private sector, but this year so more than 74% of loans is given to the private sector. Government sectors received only 25%. We have done more than our expectation in this regard, and also branches of banks rose from 5,000 and up to 7,000, more than 7,000 branches. Not only these, but the financial inclusion, mobile banking is started. So 6 million people are registered for mobile banking. If we broaden this work in a very short time, our citizens in remote areas can be included in the bank system. Concerning the bank system, considering the current situations, they say we do not have a bank in this area, in that area. To our parliament and then to our development partners, and something I want to make clear: in Ethiopia, bank, electricity, water, drinking water, schools is a luxury. It's not something that each citizen gets everywhere. Many people do not have banks, so it's not extraordinary. In Ethiopia, 500 waradas do not have a single bank branch. So this is not something surprising. We do not make a lot of noise because there is no bank in a certain locality. A lot of work needs to go into the same with electric power. 60% of Ethiopians do not have electric power. So when electric power fails, it's not something extraordinary. We need to improve on our services, but generally, we don't say there's no electricity in Charcos and Bole, because this is our national problem. If we get help, if we work hard, then would be productive. If we just say there's no bank, there's no electricity, it begs the question, did we have those in the past? After all, in the financial sector, the amount of money of shareholders in comparison with last year, last year was 99 billion. This has rose up to 144 billion. In the private sector, a lot of money is going in the share by way of shareholding. Be that as it may, the private banks, the shareholders' amount of resource is less than 8%. 92% is the money of the farmers. 92% of the money of private banks belongs to the Ethiopian people. It's their saving. So we need to see where this money is going. The shareholders they put in 8% share. 90% of the money is saved by the people. It's for reinvestment for agriculture. If this is not the case, the system of the bank will not be in line with our expectations. So we need to work in that regard. The second main problem is loan. They do not return back loans. They have all sorts of excuses. In Jimma, investor, they say there's a displacement in Matakal, so I cannot work in Jimma. The banks need to follow this very carefully, make sure that they do what they're supposed to do and return their loans. These two areas are problem. One is the money is collected from the people. This should create opportunities for investments by the people. And secondly, those that have taken a lot of loans, they don't return the loans. And that also relates with the inflation. So this needs to be monitored and followed up. Having touched these basic issues, moving on to inflation, many questions were raised in that regard, and it's true that it should be raised, they should be raised. However, inflation, price inflation and price increment and inflation is not the same. Inflation, price inflation and cost of life, there's a bit of difference. One would exasperate the other. When one raises up, the other one also raises up, but they are not exactly the same. Inflation means last year the price for this bottle, the price increment from that of last year, that is the inflation. For instance, this water, if it has increased by 1 birr, if the income of every citizen increases by 10 birr, then they will not feel the change. But if the price of the water increases and the income of the people do not increase, this would create a high cost of life. High cost of life is shortage of income. If our income is more than our expenditure, then it will not be a problem. But however, the expense of the people is on the increase. So the cost of life, if, for instance, next year, if we come up with more commodities and stop inflation, it will not stop high cost of life within 1 year. The high cost of life for the past 16 years has been every year there was double-digit inflation. So this is built-in inflation, one building on the other. So consumers is making difficult to purchase basics of life. In Ethiopia, those that purchase has been very challenging. So with the support of the government and the people. We need to increase our development, production, and identify items that create inflation. Try to stabilize the market as much as possible. Remove hurdles from the market system. So, what are the causes of the inflation? Moving on to the causes of inflation. Challenges are there, but the main reason of the challenge is the difference between supply and demand. Supply, the need for supply is increasing, demand is increasing, but the supplies could not meet the needs. This creates high prices. Secondly, in the supply chain, problems in the supply chain, not only production problems, but the trade chains create problems. There are many problems in this regard. Thirdly, fiscal and budget policy control. The money we release in the market, we need to make sure it does not create inflation. This needs to be reviewed. So the global price increment also needs to be taken into consideration because we import many items. So we import inflations, as it were. These themselves need to be scrutinized. The other one is, though not very significant, producers they hoard products, thinking that they would increase the price after a while. So not only the consumers also fearing that the price will increase and they can hoard products. This creates artificial market crisis. So these and other problems.
Unless we see this aggregately and bring about solutions, it will only get harder and bring about pressure on our citizens. In this regard, the Minister of Finance explained in detail that the government has been trying to import food-related items with large amount of budget allocated, and sectoral associations are provided with $500 million in support. This is one area where people with lower income benefit from. The chain by itself is irregular, therefore there are supports provided in this regard. The private sector using Franco Valuta imports wheat, sugar, oil, rice, and food for children. But the money allocated in Franco Valuta is not enough, and so the government has allocated additional resource for wheat and sugar. All these efforts did not reduce it to the amount we expect to reduce the inflation, but it contributed. If you go to the entire continent or at a global level, inflation is existent, and there are efforts, however. Let's look at oil, for instance. In the last 3 years, petroleum purchased at a price cannot be sold in the country. So the government has lost a lot of amount of money. 47.8 billion was sold. The price of petroleum, if you go to any one of our neighboring countries, if you even go to countries that has ports, they don't provide it at a price we provide it. important that we are selling at a discounted price, but who are we benefiting is a good question. 1.2 million cars exist in Ethiopia, and out of that, the transport sector, certain amount of cars. It could be important to support public transportation. However, supporting people that drive 3-4 cars is not really relevant. Therefore, at a country level, how are we going to be able to identify which vehicles are used for public transportation and others to purchase at an international price? It's not easy, as you may think, because public and private separation is very difficult, and it's very hard to monitor depots. But however, in general, we have to support those that should be supported and others should not, because it will not reduce inflation. There are certain activities we have started. Service, utility payments for water, electricity, and so on. The government is trying to support in that regard as well, to make sure that they don't put pressure on the majority of the public. However, we have to still see how significant the support is. In Addis Ababa, you remember that we built one bakery. It wasn't enough, so we built another one. The inflation is not only putting pressure in Addis Ababa, but also other major cities as well. Therefore, private investors and other countries that are willing to support, we have completed our preparation to install factories. Therefore, Sheikh Mohammed Al-Lamudi, the CEO, the founder of Midrock, is standing next to us. Other investors are also with us in Gondar, Sodo, Naqamt, and the likes. We're going to be having installation of bakery factories. So when we install these bakeries and provide wheat, it will provide food for the public. When our process of producing the product modernizes, the change will also come. The question was raised, what is the government thinking about supporting the public that stood in the rain and voted for you? But what we're saying is that we're asking investors in other countries to install these factories for the public, which is 10 of them. When we expand this kind of activities, it will definitely be able to reduce inflation. In order to do that, it's important all of us give our contributions. Illegal private investors are dismantling the value chain, and some of them are banned, some of them are standing trial. And this will also be important to regulate. The main focus is financial and fiscal supervision for the coming year. In order to strengthen that, governmental and non-governmental activities, necessary productions, and those we cannot produce should be imported. Sustainable solutions are important. As I've said, there are built-in inflations that are accrued over the couple of years. And the activities we started last year to make sure that our land should be arable is important. Both government and private areas, be it in schools, on the sides of the road, wherever it is, we have to be able to produce. No country that begs for wheat is given honor. In order to reclaim that honor, we have to make sure that no land is left empty. Even though it's not a private land, we have to work together to produce. There are good results registered last year. We'll continue with that. The other one is production of wheat in the dry season. If we can be able to increase what we have done last year by 60, 70, 80%, it will be a great deal. There are certain areas we can plow, we have people, we have water, so we have to be able to produce wheat during the dry season, and so all citizens should participate in supporting these activities. The other one is adjacent lands. We have divided lands, and household lands were mentioned to have been challenged for agriculture. But what we have said is that the division is in our mind. We can bring together the land, the farmers, and ensure commercial farming. These are connected lands. It's only people that are putting boundaries. In that regard, we have been able to go greater miles. We have to still work on that. Every farmer can only be beneficiary if he or she can produce same type of agricultural products as the neighbor. Therefore, this adjacent lands farming process will be further strengthened, and the government will continue doing that. As it was mentioned earlier, it will and should be supported by finance. The agricultural sector, in line with the loan and expenditure of our country, it's around 9%. For people with smaller lands, the loan provided is not exceeding 5%. Unless we can be able to put resources in the agricultural sector, we will not be able to register the results we aim. In this regard, 4 microfinance institutions are growing to a level of a bank. The process is being completed. The main reason for that is to make sure that farmers continue their good relationship with microfinance institutions and to build it up to a level of bank. I hope that will be completed soon. The other one is the issue of green legacy, producing, planting trees, and further focusing on fruits, and also refining what's important in our area. But in general, the culture of planting trees is very important. In Bulga, Mizan, Shaka areas, from any other part of our country, they don't have better infrastructures. There is no unique road, factory, or such infrastructure. But Shaka does not face poverty or starvation because they can collect fruits and honey from the forest. The forest by itself can feed us. Our cattle can feed from the forest and they can give us milk. If you want to understand the importance of planting trees, you just have to go to Shinka. There are issues of priority, not eating banana, choco, or so on and so on, but there is no starvation there or hunger. It will benefit Ethiopia. It will bring more rain. It will increase our production. It will provide more food for our cattle. The progress we have in this year is very good, but it should continue, and it will help us improve better. The other one is import substitution, like wheat and edible oil can be produced locally, and we can reduce import. That's why we are making sure that deliberate support is being provided to private investors as well. So if we can be able to produce wheat, if we can be able to have factories for production of edible oil and wheat, we will not be at least facing hunger. We can do this. We don't need support on this. We have the forest for honey, we can work on our cattle for milk, and also for bread what we need is wheat. Option can be secondary, but we can substitute locally what we can do. The other one is the chain, or the value chain, which is being controlled by few individuals, so we might need to enter into Mercato and change that as well. There are several merchants that are, or traders that are trying to affect the lives of the poor. So we must expand the markets. In the coming year, we hope to reduce the growth of inflation. So we will make efforts within and outside of the budget. The National Bank, for instance, we will reduce loan and will try to cover loans using the treasury. Otherwise, if we continue to take loans, it will increase the inflation. We'll have strict supervisions in this regard. However, in many sectors, the economic efforts that were not able to be registered resulted from inflation. There are acute challenges. There are the pressures coming from the international environment and other factors as well. Because of that, the inflation is not regulated as planned, and the government should take the necessary responsibility. We should not just say we took efforts and leave it as that. The poor, the demand or the objective is not to make sure there are options, but rather to make sure that they can buy and eat. So this would be the major focus area for the macroeconomy. In relation to excise tax, it's levied on certain areas, tobacco and alcohol mainly, but basic goods are not subject to excise tax. However, we have to receive revenue. Without that, there is no growth. We have health policies as well, and for that also excise tax is important. Therefore, the area should be regulated. We have to rectify certain problems. In relation to cement, as I have previously mentioned, several projects are being implemented. The Renaissance Dam is of the idea of bringing about growth. It also consumes a lot of cement, and because of that, there are challenges we are facing in relation to cement. Several buildings have stopped previously, but most of the buildings you see being completed in our country are because of the provision of finance, and because of that provision, cement will also be highly procured and there will be a shortage. Several FDIs are entering into the country to produce cement. The major point is to produce cement abundantly, and there are interested corporations coming to the country. We might face a challenge for a year, but it will be no more a challenge after that. In relation to the agricultural sector, we said that attention should be given. We have started ambitious activities. We said that there should be options for the farmers to use their land, to take loans. There should be efforts to invest our knowledge, money, and human labor on agriculture. If we are done horizontally, we should also start focusing on vertical agriculture as well. There are widespread activities, especially the effort we started last year to be no longer dependent on rain-fed agriculture. That should also be to support our activities. The other one is water bank. Water should be banked, and we have to reduce loss of water, and we have to utilize water properly. So when we continue doing that, it will improve our agriculture better. We have to be able to sustain what we have been able to do last year. In terms of revenue, we have undertaken several reforms to improve revenue. The revenue more or less has changed, though the annual report has not been submitted. The 11 months execution, the plan was 264 billion. What we have received is 259. This is approximately 98%. Compared to last year, there is more than 42 billion per increment, which is 19%. We have to sustain this growth. There are improvements, good results. If we continue doing this, of course, export is also registering good results. And also we are regulating import. That's also impactful. However, we still have the least revenue compared to sub-Saharan countries. Therefore, for that, reform by itself is not enough. It's not only a government that is interested to collect, but also a community that is proud to pay tax. Some people pay bribe to avoid paying taxes. So if we can be able to regulate and reform that, we can be able to advance the capital projects and work on growth as well. In terms of project, as it has been said, in some sectors there are better implementations registered, not only in education and in Toto, but also in sugar, Renaissance Dam, industrial parks, and sectors that are going through closer supervisions. There are good results registered. We wish to execute better things. We plan and we work. There are things that should be balanced here. And Toto, we've been able to complete it within the time frame, but there should be a question of should we not have been able to complete it before that? the Unity Park, were there an option to complete it before the time frame allocated? Having all this youth and resources, we have to be able to challenge and ask for the completion before time. The school projects, not only with the leadership of First Lady, but also in the regions, there are also remarkable achievements. But we have to still ask, were they not being in a position to complete it in 6 months? Some countries completed hospitals in weeks, so we cannot be proud of completing construction of schools in months' time. The other one is the issue of supervision and monitoring of projects. The GDP of Ethiopia in this regard is highly affected by the delay of projects. The sugar projects took 92 billion birr because of the time span, but had we been able to complete it prior, we would have saved a lot of money that we can transfer to other sectors. This will also have effect on good governance. It was mentioned in relation to road projects and other projects as well. We have to have a change of attitude. We have to have a mentality of finishers, because beginning and not finishing by itself is tiring. In this regard, there are several things that we can do and improve as a government. That's what we should take into account. This is not enough. The speed of completing projects is not enough. And Toto, had we been able to complete it before that time, it would have been, great. There are more roads, more parking, and the public is utilizing it, but we were not fast. It's not being fast in the eyes of people. All hierarchies should take into account that they have to complete what they have started. Because of that, we start projects, we don't complete them or see them progress as planned. So we have to supervise and fix that. The fairness of infrastructure was another question, and how do you see the budget? Well, in this regard, as we have seen last year and before that, and as we can be able to see in the future, budget is not the only means of supporting infrastructure. Our budget is very small. We have other resources such as knowledge and human labor and other resources in different parts of our country. For example, this year we planned to improve production of gold, and some regions were able to collect 30-40 kilograms using manual ways of collecting. But with modern techniques and administration and knowledge, they can be able to collect thousands. More than $100 million were able to be exported because of such change. These issues will bring about employment, bring resources, and change environment. If we're focused on budget only, we'll not be able to bring about change. In the rural areas, improving the houses of the elderly using volunteers is not in the budget, but imagine if we can be able to build 1,000 houses, it will change the lives of many elderly mothers and fathers. Without allocating budget, we can modernize the lives of many citizens, the elderly. Thousands of classrooms, elementary schools are being built by volunteers in different parts of the country. What is the problem to use the resources available and to build classrooms? Last year, thousands were built, and we hope that will continue this year as well. If neighbors could be able to plow lands of adjacent elderly people, they can bring about an increase in production. Using these techniques, if other zones could also do better performance, we can bring good change. This or that, this year there is an increment of 15% on the budget. This 15% increment, how significant is the change? We will see in practice. 6 billion birr support is now 12 billion. In terms of money, more is being allocated for the regions. Given the calculation given by the House of Federation, the amount has increased this year. There are regions that used to receive 10 million, now they are receiving billions. 22 billion was provided last year for regions, aggregate, which is different from the previous year. So we have to see where this is being invested in. What the people should work on is that one officer or administrator of the Qabale, and if they have finance, if they have this and that positions, they will take their money. They should take it, go to the farmlands, they should be able to build schools. The leaders should act as service providers, not as bosses. That way change will come. But we have at the moment several zones, waradas, and so on, that will not bring change. People adore warada, but if we have more and more waradas, we're losing money. One person should be able to undertake 5 or 6 activities. We've been discussing this with members of a council. And to be an example, I started driving my own car and said I don't need a driver, and the ministers continued doing that. If they don't stop doing that this year, we will regulate it using a law. What we want is someone who can go to the grassroots level and participate in the change. We have remained as officials for so many years, but from here on we have to go to the grassroots level and participate in the change. That change will be able to give us a chance to pass better Ethiopia for our children.
The country that we are imagining going forward, this country that we imagine, to make it real, the high officials must stop wasting money in not so useful expenditures. They need to change their structures also. They need to cover 2-3 tasks themselves. If we do that, then our children at least will be able to eat. If we want to keep our comfort, then the comfort will not reach our children. So we need to take strong measures in this regard. If regions would do that, they have huge land, they have huge human resources, they can indeed develop. In some regions, even Warada leaders have bodyguards, 2-3 militia. This is not funny. If everybody needs an armed bodyguard will not attain prosperity. Warada leader must go down to the farmers, and the bodyguards would need to go do farming. If we do not go this way, if we increase those in authority with a boss mentality, we will not achieve prosperity. concerning roads. It's true, in the past 2-3 years we have tried to do a lot. We have assigned a lot of money on road construction. Not only that, but countrywide road issues have been answered. However, we are coming up with a special committee to follow up the budget, the bids, the follow-up of projects. This needs research. There could be some shortages. Even the time until the approval of budget would cost a lot. The problem exists in many regions. We're looking into it and trying to come up with solutions. We need to ask why. However, in regions concerning roads, I want the Parliament to take note of until budget is assigned. They ask a lot of questions when budget is released. Each zone does not follow up the construction. It says it's a federal project and leaves it at that, leaves it alone. So with small reasons that could have easily been taken care of on the spot, then the project gets delayed. And the second problem is, after the budget is released, there's this issue of compensation. After all, the roads are supposed to serve the people. The federal government is not a foreign government. So the regions, for the university, they ask for budget for roads, and then the issue of compensation comes, it gets more than the budget. The same with roads, hospitals. The community must help. The reason why the land is for the people, that we can use it for common purposes. This is not to say that we just dislodge the farmers. We need to pay proper compensation, but this should not tantamount to selling of lands. The road from Alamgana to Jinka is underway, divided into 4 parts. It should be constructed, there's no question. It connects Addis Ababa with Omo. There are many cities in between, around Konso also. Design improvement work is underway. Bid would be launched soon, but we cannot hurry. So that we need to do a thorough work. We need to engage with contractors. If we just give them work that they're not able to do, then it would be a failure. So work is underway. And the budget is allocated. Regarding tourism, indeed it has a huge potential. We need to work at it more. Rudimentary works are underway. We need to strengthen, coming up with new destinations, strengthening old destinations, doing announcement works, PR works. This rainy season that we're in now in the Middle East, the heat is tremendous. It's good for them to come to Ethiopia, to Jinka, and many wonderful areas, but they do not have that. There are beautiful forests in Jinka, Sheka. We need to do advertisement work. It's beneficial for all of us. So the historical sites, the natural resource that we have needs to be properly announced, advertised and sold. But a lot of work is underway in this regard. For instance, Lalibela, Aksum, and also the National Palace. There is a lot of historical heritage in that place. A lot of work is going in there. Concerning heritage, especially protected heritages, are quite challenges that you cannot be done overnight. Concerning Awash, a lot of work is underway. it might bear fruit up to the mid of next year. And planting trees. One reason is for wild animals that have left the country to come back to the country. Have you not seen in friendship we gave them a pool? The ducks came back. We did not announce that they should come back, but they did. We just provided the environment. Nature has a way of attracting one another. Concerning job opportunities, both in private and in government, a lot of work is underway and changes are there. Quite a big number of people are employed, but I do not want even to raise the number, but this joblessness issue, like somebody can be hired today and tomorrow is not on the job. So to know who's actually on the job and who's not needs to be automated, and the information must be online, automated. We cannot base facts on the report. But as you know, all these projects everywhere are employing all sorts of people. We need to modernize the data and attract heavy investments, open more doors of jobs. Concerning theft or corruption, theft is a problem for prosperity and development. Some steal time, some steal thoughts, some steal money. He doesn't know who to steal from. So we cannot fight these in a legal manner only, but come up with mindset change, attitude change, especially in cities. For small services, they expect money. I expect any party can pass, but in the coming government, one major task should be clearing away thieves. Thieves cannot hide behind religion or ethnic group or claim to be human rights fighters. A thief is a thief. Addis Ababa is suffering from thieves. We need to stop that. We need to do our level best to handle this issue. Otherwise, we cannot think of prosperity or development. If a person cannot believe in hard work to prosper, if he looks into other deceitful measures, would be very destructive. So we all need to do hard, all accesses. There's a lot of complaints among the community. And the problem with thefts, he steals and does not invest the money, but he spends the money drinking and all sorts of drugs. Even in the northern part of Ethiopia, we'll find this illicit use of drugs is rampant and very dangerous. So theft is a great, terrible challenge in our path to development. We need to do our level best to reduce the amount of theft. We cannot attain prosperity with the level of theft at the moment. Some want to buy political authority by their own money. We need to work with our government to stop that. It's not of benefit both for the thief and for other parties. Maybe we need to wrap up this part considering Renaissance, and then after a break we continue concerning the Renaissance tab. A lot of things are heard being said. The purpose, the need for Ethiopia is to take care of our economic issues and reduce the threat of Sudan, reduce the threat of that it poses on Egypt, and it produces energy and prosperity for all of us If there is any water problems, we deal with it in a concerted effort, all of us working together. We want peace. That's what we are aiming at. Many countries of the world are convinced that Ethiopia does not have any wish to incur harm on their neighboring country, on its neighboring countries. That would not waste time hustling. We are planting trees so that Sudan would get more money than it currently gets, because if there's a lot of rain, Egypt can actually get more money than it actually does now. Our citizens are planting trees, we're increasing the amount of water. We would benefit, and others also would benefit. That we want peace, we want development. We need to work in cooperation with other countries. We will begin the project and work towards its completion. God helps us to succeed, and we will complete the dam according to the time limit. Thank you. Let's have a 20 minutes break and come back.
Les forces érythréennes doivent quitter immédiatement le territoire éthiopien, conformément à la demande formulée par les autorités éthiopiennes en mars dernier. Nous prenons note des informations relatives au redéploiement de ces forces vers la frontière, qui doit être rapidement vérifiée. Deuxièmement, l'urgence est de permettre l'accès humanitaire. Alors que la situation au Tigré est chaque jour plus alarmante, il est essentiel de répondre aux immenses besoins et de rétablir l'électricité, les communications et les services bancaires. Nous appelons à lever toutes les entraves, notamment par la réouverture de l'aéroport de Mekele, l'octroi de visas de longue durée aux personnels humanitaires et l'autorisation de moyens de communication par satellite. Les infrastructures vitales pour l'acheminement de l'aide doivent être préservées. La France renouvelle sa condamnation des attaques meurtrières qui ont frappé des équipes de Médecins sans frontières. Au moins 12 personnels ont perdu la vie depuis le début du conflit. Ces crimes ne doivent pas rester impunis. La protection des personnels humanitaires et médicaux est une obligation qui s'impose à toutes les parties. La préservation de l'unité et de l'intégrité territoriale de l'Éthiopie est une priorité. C'est mon troisième point. Le lancement d'un dialogue national incluant des représentants de tous les partis et de toutes les régions doit y contribuer. Nous appelons l'ensemble des forces politiques et militaires en Éthiopie à s'abstenir de toute action susceptible d'ajouter à l'instabilité. La réconciliation passe aussi par la lutte contre l'impunité. Il est impératif que puisse se poursuivre l'enquête sur les graves violations des droits de l'homme commises au Tigré, menée conjointement par le Haut-Commissariat aux droits de l'homme et la Commission éthiopienne des droits de l'homme. Il importe que des procédures judiciaires crédibles soient menées en toute transparence. Enfin, la France est préoccupée par l'impact de la crise sur la stabilité régionale. Nous appelons les pays de la région à résoudre leurs différends par le dialogue et à répondre de manière constructive aux efforts de médiation de l'Union africaine. Je vous remercie. Je reprends mes fonctions de président du Conseil et je donne à présent la parole aux représentants de l'Éthiopie.
Mr. President, let me begin by congratulating you for assuming the presidency of the Security Council for the month. I assure you of my delegation's full support. Mr. President, my country, Ethiopia, is undergoing a significant transformation that requires delicate and context-driven handling of its domestic affairs. In our bilateral meetings with members of the Council and the informal dialogue we had last month, we have exchanged views and concerns, all of which the government of Ethiopia approached and acted upon in a constructive manner. This being said, Mr. President, I'm surprised by the rationales of calling for this open meeting. We are fully cognizant of the responsibility of this Council to work towards international peace and security. The very first requisite for this onerous responsibility is to encourage dialogue and prevent escalation through constructive engagement and reinforcement of achievements. This meeting is called at a time when the government of Ethiopia took bold measures and political decisions to meet the needs and well-being of its people affected by the law enforcement operation in Tigray. This measure should have encouraged our friends to give support and de-escalate the unhelpful pressure. Equally, we wish to express our appreciation to all of you for recognizing our resolve for peace behind this difficult initiative we have taken. Mr. President, since the Council held the informal interactive dialogue on the humanitarian situation in Ethiopia, there are critical developments that deserve your recognition and constructive outlook. On 28 June 2021, the government of Ethiopia decided to cease the active military engagement of the Ethiopian National Defense Forces in the Tigray region. This decision for humanitarian ceasefire was reached after a concerted deliberation with various stakeholders and partners. We hope that this magnanimous and far-sighted decision will not be wasted by the irresponsible conduct of the TPLF group, which the government of Ethiopia opted to tolerate for the sake of the people of Tigray and to elevate the humanitarian situation in the region. The decision to cease military operation is hoped to create a conducive environment for humanitarian operation in Tigray. It will also pave the way for an inclusive national dialogue. The TPLF group that were pursuing continued its belligerence to protect few individuals. In furtherance of its agenda, it began conscripting young and elderly civilians, women and men, to fight highly trained and armed men of their country. This exposed the people in Tigray for the military confrontation that are not prepared for. Furthermore, it posed a risk for disruption to the agricultural season. The group's ethnically charged tactic of vying the people against the government is also found to be detrimental to our innate social fabric. As a result, the government of Ethiopia, as the bearer of their primary responsibility to protect its people, made a difficult political decision to suspend active military operation in favor of safeguarding the unity, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of the Ethiopian state. Now we believe we have created a space for unfettered humanitarian assistance and proper conduct for the agricultural planting season. In addition, we will augment humanitarian efforts in the region, including distribution of food and non-food items from warehouses across Tigray. The National Disaster Risk Management Commission and the 5 humanitarian agencies deployed in all waradas of the region are set to resume their function. Furthermore, we are in the process of adapting the humanitarian assistance guideline and coordination mechanism to the new development. Public services will also resume once we create a situation for the safe operation of the infrastructure and their operators. Mr. President, Ethiopia faces the inevitable journey of addressing the political and structural underpinnings of what we had experienced last November when our defense forces were attacked from within. The immediate need lies in creating an environment for the delivery of much-needed humanitarian assistance. In this regard, the government will continue to exert maximum effort and allocate the available resource toward this end. We welcome and appreciate the concern expressed by the Council members for our compatriots in Tigray who have regrettably sustained the burden of the impact of the law enforcement operation due to the cowardly tactics of the TPLF group. It is important to underline that wounds and sufferings of all Ethiopians are unacceptable. The shortcomings in preventing these sufferings are not something the government belittles. In the same vein, we take our responsibility to ensure accountability and remedy these problems with maximum seriousness. For absolute clarity, I would like to reaffirm my government's firm commitment to these core responsibilities of the state. There certainly are internal as well as external factors that play into the security challenges we are facing. The external security threats against us through no fault or provocation on our part are complicating our internal political dynamics and distract us from key national priorities. I wish to implore this Council to act with full awareness of this external challenge Ethiopia is facing. Mr. President, following the organization of peaceful and successful national elections this month, efforts are now geared towards building a stronger, united, and democratic country. In this connection, the Ethiopian government is developing a roadmap for inclusive dialogue to ensure a lasting peace and stability. I want to reaffirm my government's resolve to continue ensuring accountability for human rights abuse and crimes committed in the Tigray region. We will make sure that impunity is not tolerated. We remain committed to work with all bilateral and multilateral partners through genuine partnership and understanding that the government of Ethiopia is more than capable of overcoming these challenges. We encourage Council members to play a constructive role in supporting the Ethiopian government in the implementation of the humanitarian ceasefire. We thank Council members who have welcomed this positive gesture again. In contrast, I would like to make it clear that the political pressure and hasty bilateral coercive measures against Ethiopia are unacceptable and violate basic tenets of international law. Excessive pressures will put this ancient country of 110 million people to the precipice and deep ravine with no possibility of recovery. The people of Ethiopia are indeed watching and should not perceive that our pronouncement is pushing them to the abyss and into the endless political fissure. For Ethiopia, it is a moment of introspection, a genuine revisit of our success and challenges. The main issue is how to heal our wounds. There are uncompleted grievings, mournings, such as the Maikadra massacre by the TPLF youth group, the suffering of the people of Wolkayet and Tagade, who have been evicted from their ancestral land over the last 30 years. So there needs to be proper closure. The political culture of impunity should have closure. We know that what exalts us as a nation is to overcome our own challenges. What would elevate us as a nation is our commitment and the commitment of our people to stand for peace. We might be poor, but we have also hope. We are people with values, cherished ones. For Ethiopia, hope is still alive. In conclusion, I hope Council members will take the situation in my country in the right perspective, understand the magnitude of the challenges we face, and also recognize the important step that we have taken in this regard. What we really need at the moment is the support, understanding, and solidarity of the international community. That's why I want to end by appealing to international partners and friends of our country to continue scaling up humanitarian support to meet humanitarian needs across Ethiopia. I thank Mr. President.
Je remercie le représentant de l'Éthiopie de sa déclaration. Il n'y a plus d'oratrice ou d'orateur inscrit sur la liste. La séance est levée. Au représentant du Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. President, and allow me to congratulate you on assuming the presidency for the month and thank Estonia for guiding the Council so ably last month. Mr. President, we make this statement united as the African 3+1, namely Kenya, Niger, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Tunisia. We are united in the protection of the peace and security of Africa and the interests of African peoples and states to be upheld in the Security Council. We take note of the briefing by USG Rosemary DiCarlo and Acting USG Ramesh. And we also welcome the participation of Ethiopia and thank them for their upcoming update to the Council on the developments since we last met about 2 weeks ago for an informal interactive dialogue. We have been pained by the suffering that has been experienced by our brothers and sisters in Ethiopia because each life matters and is sacrosanct. We send our condolences to all the families who have lost members to violence, including aid workers. We are outraged and saddened by the pain of all the women and girls who have suffered sexual violence. We condemn without reservation the targeting of unarmed civilians. In doing so, we call for all parties with the means to cause harm to cease any attacks or threats to unarmed civilians. We demand that they respect international law, including humanitarian principles and the moral codes that are at the core of Africa's cultures and religions. Throughout the last months, when division and violence has been experienced in Tigray, we have argued for expanded and robust humanitarian access. We have welcomed the government's resourcing of a significant proportion of the humanitarian needs in Tigray. We have urged the international humanitarian community to move with speed and scale up assistance. We have applauded it and also been disappointed by the continuing shortfalls in its response. We call again for all states, international institutions, organizations, and individuals of goodwill to redouble their efforts in Tigray. We support the democratic aspirations of the Ethiopian people. As such, we have argued that the international community and the Security Council give the country space to undertake its most recent elections. We have been gratified by the interim reports, especially that of the African Union Election Observer Mission, asserting that, and I quote, despite some operational, logistical, security, political, and COVID-19 related challenges, overall, the pre-election and election day processes were conducted in an orderly, peaceful, and credible manner. Close of quote. We hope that the election becomes a foundation of a robust national conversation on peace, cohesion, development, and the celebration of diversity and pluralism. Today, the situation in Tigray remains of concern, but there are clear opportunities for peace to emerge. Behind closed doors, we have urged this Council to take careful and responsible actions that will encourage humanitarian outreach to suffering people and not to imperil the situation in Tigray. We again reiterate this strong and sincere call. We welcome the unilateral humanitarian ceasefire by the government of Ethiopia and stress that this Council and the international community should appreciate this decision by the government as an opportunity that must be capitalized on. We hope that it can be translated into a permanent, comprehensive, and lasting ceasefire in order to extend humanitarian care to every man, woman, and child who needs it in every part of Tigray. That ceasefire must be heeded and implemented. We are particularly concerned about the potential implications of the recent destruction of the bridge over the Tekezi River, connecting Shire and Gonda. It is indicative of a callous attitude to the needs of civilians in crisis, and that there are parties not observing a ceasefire. We condemn the deliberate destruction of civilian objects that are vital to the delivery of humanitarian aid. These actions must be halted if we are truly to implement the silencing of the guns which Africans have set out in our Agenda 2063 to work as a region on ending all wars, civil conflicts, gender-based violence, violent conflicts, and preventing genocide. We now call for all armed parties presently in Tigray or neighboring it to heed the voice of Africa that calls
concerning current issues so that the entire people and you also have a right to listen, to hear what's going on, to raise some issues in a measured way, because I need to speak in a measured way. That's why. Current situation. It's like informing death to the person who attended the burial, but just to give some information, why did this happen? Couldn't we have stopped this from happening? What now? What's going on? To briefly touch upon it in our current stand. In Ethiopia, unless an imminent clear danger takes place, we have no intention of engaging in war, conflict with any partner. We want to develop in a spirit of cooperation and peace. We need to understand this in two manners, especially globally. We would give preference for peace, would pay any cost to attain peace. If this would infringe our honor and sovereignty, then we would be forced to engage into conflicts. Concerning TPLF, among many reasons, I would mention 4 reasons that it posed a clear and imminent danger. That one, it developed an armed force. It began using the budget and also the resources that it accumulated to organize an army. It did a lot of work in that line. If they prepare an army, if they didn't stop there, but they started encroaching the rest of Ethiopia and started to destabilize the entire nation in all sorts of ways. This is quite dangerous, and at the end of the day, it would endanger the existence of the nation, and it's considered as a threat. And secondly, clear and imminent danger is trying the culture of employing others for destruction. These exist in Afar. Paid anti-forces, trained forces, given training, the same in Oromia. They are paid people, trained, they are given training, money. And the same in Amara, they are paid people, and the same in Benshangul. So they're organizing these paid groups, giving them agenda, money, organizing, not only strengthening their power where they belong, but so that will not have any peace in the rest of Ethiopia. This is what they do openly in a very organized manner. What we learned from them is you cannot start a fire and remain unburnt at the end of the day. It's quite gives a lot of lesson, educational. As I've said repeatedly, people that lived in Oromia that are not Oromos, they have lived together 40, 50 years, but now for no reason people are killed and being displaced. So they use their paid groups, and they have a propaganda team. We listen the news from they themselves. They caused the displacement. They are the first one to air the news. and they stir up, rise up, Amara, you're being distracted, and people believe this propaganda and go along the line. Who caused this the displacement? What's the purpose behind it? People find it difficult to find out the real reason. I know how some of you have even been challenged by these. They create havoc here, they get strengthened and organized there. And the sad thing is they say it's only we that's a peaceful region. It's a bad joke, actually. You all know this very clearly. Even in this parliament, those that were members here in such a formal, not in closed meetings, but there were people that used to enjoy the death of people, but they pretend that work for human rights. All this is by design, creating havoc, clashes that Ethiopia will not live peacefully and attain its aspirations. They give command to the groups that they pay. When we under that, they say we're better. The government is failing. We should come and take over the government. That's the kind of invitations that they were putting forward to Ethiopians. The second thing that was quite challenging was not only the paid groups. They were causing mistrust among Ethiopians. The thirdly is the people of Tigray, as you know, have many problems. Even where TPLF was in power in the past, they could not ameliorate the poverty of Tigrans while they were still in power. But they were not dealing with that, but they were stirring up conflicts and wars among the people of Tigray. All these was there, but what made it worse was the attack on the northern front. The northern front was not just an army, but it was like a shield that protected the Tigrans for 20 years. I myself, 2-3 years I've spent there protecting the Tigrans. I left my education. My cousin died. My niece died. A very young man. Many of people lost their lives. It's that army. It did a lot of good for the people. The minimum they could have done was at least not cut the breast of our women soldiers away off. You are helping them in the farms, building schools. And these soldiers belong to the poor Ethiopians. It does not belong to a separate class. So they not only killing them, but trying to take away their morals. It's terrible. It's not just attacks. It's dehumanizing, demoralizing. Many were trampled by tongues. Many died in a very horrific manner. It's not limited to that. They didn't stop there. They wanted to increase. They wanted to move on to Gondar, and they wanted to expand their operations. So this is clear and imminent for dangers that forced the federal government into law enforcement campaign. And it was forced to return the arms that they held by force. During the formal conflict, as you know, it took only a small amount of time. So these and other problems that I have mentioned and have not mentioned, we begged them literally by sending mediators, elders, politicians, religious leaders, and also business people from that area. We wanted to talk sense and reason to them. that you cannot begin a war and live at peace. Not only in Ethiopia, even in other countries, you cannot start a problem, a conflict, and we Ethiopians remain. Even conflict in Syria and Yemen is causing problems in us here in Ethiopia. This is not useful, quite destructive to people. And many nations have been quite dismantled, and we beg them to stop this. Because there was too many beggings, they became too proud that they were invincible to the point of sickness. So the first work of the government was to contain the conflict right on the spot. It would not expand to other parts of the country. This was very successful. Secondly, when the conflict started, they wanted to disrupt the stability of Ethiopia everywhere, because when displacements occur here and there, and then the country would be divided. We did a lot of work to avert that also, and also among conflict. We wanted to focus on the junta force only. We didn't want to attack civilians. We did our level best to avoid that. So that the armed struggle will not go into cities. This makes the Ethiopian army and the Ethiopian government high on moral platform. The destruction at Maikandra did not reiterate or retaliate in the same manner. It would be historical. They're trying to cover it with live fake news, but it's historical achievement. When we captured the junta, members of the junta leadership, our army followed the rule of engagement in code of conduct. Those that anybody that have transgressed, we have held it accountable. We have not said they fought for us and approved impunity. We did not do that. By the way, the junta force, after the incarceration, the parliament can go and look at it in a very conducive environment that is comparable to prisons in the West. There was no torture. They engaged in torture. We did not retaliate. We're doing everything as per the law. Not only this, after changing the situation in Tigray, attempts were made that the people would administer themselves. A lot of effort went that way. The situation showed the truth of that fact to ensure peace and security of the country, so that aid would reach the poor people. So though we were in dire economic condition, we gave aid to that region, to Tigray region, more than any other country in the world. Some countries, though they were out of line sometimes, as long as they gave aid, we would try to create conducive situation. We tried our level best that government services would resume. Sometimes the speed of success was quite remarkable. For instance, to get telecommunication lines back, 30 people were killed by the junta. They were killing our servicemen, but we continued giving electric light. Concerning agriculture, we bought seeds, quality seeds, fertilizers, and cattle, and also tractor. We engaged in a lot of effort, health services, educational services. so that they would resume working, that government offices would reopen. A lot of effort has been done after the operation was concluded. So we needed to train the new administration. We allocate additional resource. When they wanted police, we trained police there so that they would administer themselves in a peaceful manner. In order to do this, in the past months, the Ethiopian government and the Ethiopian people have spent more than 100 billion birr. If we use that somewhere else, it could be of great use, but we wanted to give priority to the crisis in Tigray. Those were our attempts. When we look at the outcomes, the results, when we look at that, the culprits of the junta have been brought to the law. Somewhere the measures were taken against others. The northern army is free. We have now our arms back. The missiles are in our hands. The missiles bought by date would no more be used to destroy Ethiopia. More than everything, our defense force has been reorganized in a strong national army. This has given us a huge opportunity to do that. Prior to that time, when you plan, you can engage in anything. The destructive forces would have the information, so we will not go forward. When you deploy a force, half of it would work against the government or be part of the destructive campaign. So to reorganize the defense force, we did a lot of work. We used the opportunity. And second, a more important thing, Ethiopia, they tried to divide Ethiopians and Ethiopia also. This has been foiled to a great deal. Ethiopia more than ever now. Ethiopians are now working together, honoring one another, respecting one another. We need to strengthen this. The desire to divide the country has not been very successful. In all these attempts, what were the responses? One is we invested money, time, our people. We have toiled hard, but we cannot remove the evil seed of tribalism that was planted for 40 years. Attempts were there. We've not been very successful in that regard. Tribalism is cancer. Maybe this has been educational, but the poison still remains. And secondly, those trained in false propaganda that they're using money stolen from us, that was huge. It's true that what we all need to know, that in the propaganda campaign, did not do it by itself, but there are other forces that were helping us along that line. They're using their money. They have written. They have used media outlets. The Defense Force, Ministry of Defense Force, paid a lot of price, heavy price. The junta wanted to have human shield. One of the techniques of the junta is when they kill, it's heroic. When they die, they immediately revert to being civilians. They remove, they're not using army uniforms. And so our army could not shoot because they look civilians, but they on their part is doing two evil acts. Our defense force was forced to overreact. They were enticing them to overreact. If it's an armed force, if its survival is at stake, it can take a measure. The other one is our problem. When they wanted to exaggerate the errors in our operations, nobody says these are normal errors in normal operations. They wanted to exaggerate. The same army, when it gained Somalia and Eritrea, even lesser errors, they wanted to exaggerate our errors. So based on these, we sat down and we had to do research as to what was going on the ground. I know concerning the feeling of Ethiopians, we would know the repercussions. We would know their feelings, but they said, let's do research and see which way is a better option. Ethiopia and Eritrea fought for 30 years. During that time of 30 years, everything did not emanate from the two parties also, but there are other forces out of us that helped us fight a lot. There were forces that did a lot of work so that they would weaken Eritrea and Ethiopia. Many died.
Many people died. Not a lot of resources have been wasted, and in the end, we're left with two areas with little resources. When we look at the current situation of Tigray, in my guess, there's not a lot of forces that want the conflict to stop. And their plans is to continue the conflict and to make sure that there is a deteriorated Ethiopia and Tigray, Amara and Oromo and the likes. And there are indications of such kind. One of them is in a region called Awasa, in a city called Awasa. For example, two people could come to the government. And they say the junta lodged war against you, they did this and that, and you're doing a law enforcement activity, and they tell us that they have experienced the same thing in Awasa. And two other people will go to the junta and support, develop, and do such and such for them. These people from Awasa, though they divide and act, they'll eventually sit down and discuss. The worth on Ethiopia and the situation. It's beyond the crisis. It's confusing sometimes. What really confuses me is that the people who raise the issues of displacement in Tigray and so on, what makes us not to follow them is that they don't even go to Benishangul Gumuz and talk about the same facts. Other problems occurring in different parts of Ethiopia are not raised by these people. Ethiopia is Ethiopia, and Ethiopians are Ethiopians. We should learn from our history, and we should not follow the narrow path opened for us. Let's go out and see Ukraine, for instance. Let's see what's going on in Ukraine. The issue of East Ukraine and the northern part of Ethiopia is similar. The decisions in Ukraine and their reaction, and the decisions made in Ethiopia and their reactions are far distant. Why? the conflicts in Armenia and the area. We try to also learn from that. Afghanistan, Syria, Libya, Yemen, we tried to see what happened there. We further went to Japan and Korea. What were the consequences of the conflicts and what were the decisions made as people, and what change did they bring about? And then we understood that the solution we give to the problem should be consistent. We should not kill an ox for the plague of a chicken. So we have to take time and understand the situation. You don't have to put in excessive efforts and time beyond required. So we decided there should be a moment of silence for everyone to think, so that we can learn, so that others can learn, so that the world can learn from this. Especially other African countries will get a chance to learn from this. So we said, let's give it time. While doing that, we conducted several discussions in the region of Tigray. Also, I've had meetings with elite investors and different members of the public. Also conducted several meetings with military leaders. Some groups raised a question or comments of inability of continuing the conflict. What I want this House to understand, and what the people of Ethiopia should understand, is that we can continue with war for the next 10, 20 years. We have time, we have, ammunitions, we have people. What's difficult is bringing about growth, sustainable growth for 10 years in Ethiopia. For example, from 2 or 3 regions in a week time, 1, 2, 3 weeks, 100,000 special forces, trained, equipped, can be recruited. They're already available. If you say we need a militia, we can use 2-3 months and we can recruit 500,000 militia forces, somehow equipped, can be recruited. We are a country of 100 million people, so we can have 1 million youth campaigned and recruited for the war. The Ethiopian government did not wage war for people to participate. We can do that, but the problem is that it will result in death, and on the other hand, we're still going to have hunger, and people are going to die from that as well. So no victory can come out of killing. Therefore, we come to a conclusion that it will not benefit us. So before the time of silence, time to think, prior to that, from the angle of military discipline, we have not been able to communicate that. We didn't pull out our forces when it was mentioned last time. It took more than 1 month. On 4 fronts, we've been pulling out our troops. From one side, while we're pulling our forces, not even you, not even the junta understood what was going on. 15 days before the election also, we took several forces outside of Tigray. It was only when the 3rd group was coming out, that was when there were suspicions from the side of Tambien. There were communications saying that a lot of army members are coming out with ammunitions and so on. I'm talking about 3,000 vehicles. There were attempts to block roads, to burn cars, and so on. But the activities undertaken before that were undetected. Perhaps the third one might have been suspected. The third forces regrouped from different areas from the center. While they were coming out, there were attempts to attack them. The fourth one, the strongest force, was in Mekelle area. Thousands of cars left from there. They were in a favorable position, so it was not attacked. Even after they left, 2 days after they left, the junta were not able to get into that area. It's only people that celebrated. Had they been able to do that, they would not have let thousands of cars leave the area. But that's not the truth. The truth is that we need time to think. It's time the farmers want to produce on their lands. So we don't want to be the reason to stop that. So we trained the police, the public in the area. We tried to create favorable situation, and we said that the army is not a police for the area, and we should not put ourselves in a fatigue. I believe that all sides should think about the benefits of that, but given our evaluation, we believe that the decision is positive, that we will not kill our ox for the plague of a chicken. What really made us, get to this conclusion is that is not the displaced people. Of course, we want to bring back displaced persons. We have corona in Ethiopia. We have shortage of oxygen ventilators. We want to buy that. All the projects you want to see completed that require huge investments and resources, we can't put them aside and deplete resources. We have returnees in large numbers. These are our citizens, so we have to work on them as well. The time of agriculture for agriculture is important on both sides. So if we can, what we said was if we can leave and see if things could be, better. For instance, inflation, 1 billion per wheat, if we import that, it can somehow regulate the market. I'm talking $1 billion. However, in order to import $1 billion, our cars, the logistics we have in Ethiopia should be lined in Djibouti. Instead of lining those cars in Djibouti, and if we recruit people to Tigray, it will make us choose between the wheat and the other side. Therefore, it's not only money and resource that we want to regulate the inflation. We decided that this is also important. All the missile we feared previously is out of the area. Therefore, we need time to think, to recess, and for the people to also see. We've been hearing a lot of news after we left the area. People are being killed because of their religion, because of belonging to a certain area. I believe the people of Ethiopia will not be delusioned by that. What we're saying is that the officials assigned for the people are being killed and being kidnapped, and no one wants to echo that. what's really surprising and what I want you to also understand is that in the past years we have done a lot of activities have been done in that area, and no media was resonating that. The past 2 days, the international media, the way it's reporting is surprising. It shows that Ethiopians should awaken. The media that refrained from reporting that remarkable execution of election is reporting this. We will not follow that path. There are countries that are attempting to change the government, that wants to change it. Our message to this government is that as long as Ethiopia stands, the issue of having individuals or these individuals in power is secondary. Instead of serving the interests of other countries, it's better to have a strong government. We have seen what the Ethiopian people want through the referendums. Therefore, we Ethiopians, there are channels they want us to follow, so we have to be attentive of that. This force, it has complicated issue related to review. Let me try to point out a few. As the Ethiopian people start to hate the oppression, there could have been options to give pardon and to keep as it is, but there was a need for change. The second mistake was after the reform, the people was asked to pardon. The people gave its pardon as well. If this power was to sit in power and be proper, it could have stayed in power also. The mistake in the general review, the reason for it to secede from prosperity is of importance here. Formal, informal accumulation of resource was also another challenge. After going to Tigray also, they could have sat as a regional government. We would not have entered into war. We never had interests to get into collusion. They wanted to do whatever they wanted, and that resulted in atrocity that can easily be valued by the mothers in Tigray. But we still need to sit and think is the consequences of extended reviews. The people of Tigray passed through several challenges. The people of Israel, it just reminds us of the people crossing the Red Sea. The people of Israel had the government of our own state there, there would not have been any problem. But the reason they followed resulted in consequences. It's impossible to win Ethiopia. So it's important for all forces to think the government is working through several challenges, and I don't think it would be difficult for the House to understand that. The decision we made, we believe, is important for Ethiopia, and it's important for the journey of prosperity, and it will allow us to go on our own journey. We shouldn't follow as directed. A horse carrying a carriage cannot see, its side, so it just goes straight. So this time will allow us to think and to do activities we want to do. But interests regarding whether Ethiopia is weak and so on will not be important. The damage on Ethiopia will not be productive for others. The growth, however, will help them. So I would like to ask all parties to think, to stand and think. So the increase on the budget of the Defense Force, our expenses compared to the GDP is lower. Many countries, neighboring countries, allocate better resources from their GDP. A large number also do allocate a budget equal to our national budget. They're not far. Neighboring countries. I don't think we have allocated better resources or enough resources, but compared to previous years, law enforcement have been allocated with a higher amount of resource. This hope, the Ethiopian Defense Force carrying F-22, having information warfare, and being able to detect using radar and GPS, and fighting both on the ground and in air, or having modern missiles, nuclear bomb, and that can defend any party. I mean, I cannot say that. There are limitations. However, there is one thing I can say. The force, the heart we have as Ethiopian Defense Force, it doesn't exist anywhere else. I have seen this, and I'm confident about it. They can travel up to 40 kilometers on foot. Our Defense Force, they're not paid enough. They go up and down mountains. They walk through rain and the sun. They fight for the dignity of their country. Though we live peacefully with anyone, our modern warfare is our heart. And this we have seen previously in our history as well. So war is not only using our ammunitions. Had that been the case, it would not have been possible to win the junta. Therefore, the Defense Force does not have a lot of resources, but it has big heart, loves its country. There are activities to strengthen it. And the public, including you, understand that the Defense Force means Ethiopia. Haven't you seen that the public is feeding the Defense Force? The morale of the public will support it and will protect it. So with morale, with the necessary materials, we have to be able to strengthen it. Many young people are believing that we can only protect Ethiopia when we have a strong defense force, and they have to be willing to join our defense force. A time of no work, they will be able to go to farmlands and support. So the budget we have allocated at the moment, we believe it will help us do what we want, but if it demands more, we will be able to bring it back to you. We can only work when we have Ethiopia. Other infrastructural developments can only take place when Ethiopia exists. So it might be a priority area on demand. but it has been presented in such a way, given priority areas. It's not enough money, like I said, but it's a larger amount. It will help us defend Ethiopia. In our view, reforming the institution is important. The Honorable House, I want you to understand that around 60 embassies and consular offices, we still have to ask whether Ethiopia needs those or not. We don't need that at the moment.
We don't need to use our dollars everywhere. So from the number of embassies, 30 of them need to be closed down. That's the minimum. And the ambassador can sit here. Like the Kenyan ambassador, the Ethiopian ambassador in Kenya. He can have a seat here. He can read the newspaper on Kenya here. If he follows up the situation here, if he has any appointment, he can go there. Many countries in connection with the corona, they have cut down embassies. So we don't need to create all these embassies everywhere. I trust this would change in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Come next September, the government that would be set up
Los Angeles ላይ ቆንስላ ያስፈልግኝ ሎስ አንጀለስ ላይ አገሩን ቢሆን ሳይከፈለው የሚተጋ ዜጋ አለ። እሱ ዲያስፖራ አስተባባሪ ተብሎ ሌላውን ሰብሰብ ማድረግ አውሮፓ ላይ አገር የሚያውቅ ቋንቋ የሚያውቅ ምናምን የሚያውቅ በጣም ኢትዮጵያዊ ነው። እነሱ አሳይን እያደረጉ ሌላውን ሰብሰብ ማድረግ ያስፈልጋል። የውጭ ጉዳይ ያደርገዋል። በውጭ ሀገር ኢትዮጵያ መዘጋጀት አለባቸው። ከዚህ በላይ ኢትዮጵያ መሸጥ የግል የስራ ጉዳይ ነው የለበትም። አብዛኛው ይቀየራል። ዓለም ላይ አሁን ባሉት ተለዋዋጭ ባህሪ እና ጂኦፖለቲክስ የእኛ ዲፕሎማቲክ እይታ ትንሽ መፈተሽ ይፈልጋል። ግረ መንገድ ብሎ ለማንሳት ብዙ ሰዎች አርቲክል ያነቡና ከዛ መጥቶ መንግስት ያማክራል። እንዲህ የተባለ ነው እያሉ ማለት ነው። አርቲክል የሚጻፈው ዝም ተብሎ አይደለም። አርቲክል እንዲዘጋጅ እንዲጻፍ እንዲታተም ስራ ተሰርቶ ሰዎች ከልቡትን ሀሳብ ገበያ ላይ ያቀርቡ እኛምን ሳናስተላስል እሱ መስጠት እሱ የመንግስት ፖሊሲ ያልፋል። በዛ ወጥ መንግስት ከምናነበው ከምንሰማው ከምናየው ባሻገር ከእኛ ሁኔታ አንጻር መፈተሽ የሚያስፈልግ ማስተራሰል የሚያስፈልግ ጉዳዮች ዝም ብሎ ዲፕሎማሲ የሚባል ነገር ብቻውን አይሰራም። ማስተር ያስፈልጋል። ያነበብነው ሁሉ ትክክል አለ፣ የምንሰማው ሁሉ ትክክል አለ። ያ በምናውቀው ነገር ላይ ዋሽ ሚዲያ ናቸው። ዓለም ላይ የምታዩት ሚዲያ የሚቀጥ በምናውቀው ላይ
pay for a false information, we don't know, how can we trust them? So we have even at any great price, it's a worthy cause. So patience, not deciding without thinking. If we can get a peace, then it's fantastic. Any price we pay for peace cannot be seen parallel to price we pay for war. We must pay a price for peace, development. Without peace, there's no development. If we develop, then the other problems will take care of themselves. And health, concerning health, avoiding death of mothers and children, a lot of work has been done. We're increasing the number of health posts and health centers. We're constructing housing for health officials. We're working on clean drinking water, and also to help mothers. More than 2,000 shelters are constructed for delivering mothers. We're constructing hospitals and also ambulances. Strengthen that, especially the private sector need to engage in it extensively. We need to make room for that. The issue of non-communicable diseases is true. Teaching universities are being engaged in cancer, kidney and heart conditions. We're investing in that also, coming up with new facilities. Things that needs to be supported, the private, like those that engage in heart medications. An Ethiopian heart surgeon, he was incarcerated by the past administration. Now he's released and is doing a lot of work in this regard. We need to support such kind of ventures, though they do not have much money, but they have a huge heart, so we need to support them in so many ways. Similar individuals are there that can do a lot of good work. We need to support them. And also assistance from abroad is welcome concerning alcohol, drugs. We need to stop them and encourage mass sports also. There's bad habits. We need to curb them and spend more on sports, planting trees and taking walks in Addis Ababa. What you see, we're working on the increasing walkways so that people will be encouraged to walk and avoid taxis. It's good for human health. So that's why we're creating more walkways. It would have more hospitals. The budget currently is huge, but it's not enough. We encourage the private sector to contribute in this line, and also concerning street people. It's true. But if we work together, it's not difficult. If 100,000 Ethiopians decide, there will not be any street boy on the street if they would take one individual home. If 100,000 diaspora decide, then we'll not have any child on the street. However, the problem on the street is not merely economical. One is poverty, and the second one is not having parents, and thirdly, the issue of addiction and drugs. And also, some addicted people do not want to have any help or join institutions. But in collaboration with the private sector, there are places, shelters we have built in the past 1 year and a half. And recently, in collaboration with foreigners, we have made an agreement to increase channels. So in order to stop new people going to the streets, we need to do preventive work. That's my hope. But currently, the situation is getting worse. This would create lawlessness and needs attention. And lastly, concerning elections, many ideas have been raised. Our election, clearly to all that love Ethiopia and to Ethiopians, has been quite phenomenal, has been very educational for us, and the world also have learned a lesson. The Ethiopian people have proven that they are excellent teachers. I wanted to thank you earlier. The joy that I have and you have is not because that we are personally elected, but because Ethiopia has won as a nation. Most of you have not participated in elections, but the joy that I see in your heart, your joy and the way you looked at the election indicates that the victory of Ethiopia is what we desire at the end of the day. This is wonderful. The electoral board's efforts must be uploaded. The attempts of the courts, though, needs to be strengthened. There's a lot of work that needs to go into that because corruption is still there. It's not yet clean. We need to engage in further works of reform. Even that the efforts that it did must be recognized. The efforts of the media must be applauded. The work of the oppositing parties must be appreciated. The opposition parties have contributed to the successful conduct of elections. Winning and losing in elections, not only for us Ethiopians, or even for developed nations, they have made it's been difficult for them to swallow defeats. New kind of characters emerge in the process, so we need to have a big heart in the process. But more than 40 parties did a great job to ensure that our elections went peacefully and democratically. We need to appreciate that. The fear that I have, and those that have not participated in the election here, I think you're lucky when you look at the situation of the people. They waited all the way to midnight. So in what manner are we supposed to serve these people? How can we remove poverty from these people, to remove people from small hats? If our people goes to such an extent to make sure to stand in line for hours, all the way to midnight. On the other hand, we have not done anything for them. If tomorrow we continue to steal these people, we'd rather die. That's very dangerous. Those that have not participated in this election, you're lucky. You know, the election at your time was not like that. But the current parliament is expected to do 5-6 times more. It's true the suffering this parliament underwent for the past 3 years was phenomenal. It's not an ordinary parliament. It carried a lot of burden with a great sense of responsibility, proven to be educational for politicians. He has served properly. We need to honor the parliament, and it should be seen off in an honorable manner. And it's quite experienced. And as a result of their work, corruption has decreased. And Waradas Kabbalahs must use of this rich experience. If we thank this parliament in such a manner, then the upcoming parliament responsibility is huge. Parliamentarians in Ethiopia don't have salary. Look at the situation in Kenya. It's quite different. It's like on a voluntary basis that they serve. However, but those that are elected to join the parliament now, we need to dispense our responsibility and a greater sense of responsibility, at least in the minimum. We're not supposed to steal from our people. We should not count our hours of service. If we do not look for luxuries, Ethiopians not only elect, but they can work. We see how they are planting trees. If they are convinced, they engage in acts of service. So if we work together and make sure that the country transition, so the current parliament, with the experience it has, you should help the administration at various levels to ensure that prosperity is ensured in the country, and, that people speak freely, but also in a responsible manner. On our part, if we win the election, if that is declared by the electoral board, we will not set up a government like we used to have in the past. What we want now, able, capable people from all parties would join various sectors administration. We can argue in politics, but when it comes to development, we need to work together. We will not say you have lost the election and then come back after 5 years. It's true that some parties have lost their opportunity to engage in the election because of influences from other partners. They may need to wait for 5 more years. But those that withstood the opposition, the challenges, and participated in our democratic process would be allowed to participate in the strong government that we envision to set up in September. If we say that Ethiopia has won, it does not mean that prosperity has won. Ethiopia can only win if everybody is engaged in the process. So at any level would give room for others to join us to work together. What we need is to see that Ethiopia prospers. So the room would be open in this regard. Every party would benefit. After 5 years, we engage in political arguments again. So it's a referendum, by the way, that was undertaken. The number of Ethiopians registered and the percentage that went out to vote. When we look at it percentage-wise, even in developed countries, including the US, among those eligible to vote, the Ethiopians did much better percentage-wise. They went out to vote with clear voice. They said, we want peace, stable government. We do not want a government that would be like an errand boy. We accept the referendum of the Ethiopian people. The message is loud and clear. It's not for one party, but we understand let Ethiopia win. So Ethiopians together would set up a stronger government and ensure our prosperity. Incidentally, Ethiopia will not dismember, will not fail. All the challenges we pass through shows that we are a resilient nation that cannot break up easily. This would continue. Something that I want to ensure now, that Ethiopia loves, God loves Ethiopia, and He would help us transition. We have seen that in practice. In the same line, in one heart, and in unity, will make our future brighter. For the work this Parliament did for 6 years, it's quite historical. And I'm very grateful and respect the work you did. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister, for the responses and the explanation. Following that, Ms. Tayesh Tesfahoneng, as the Chair of Finance Committee, will present the decision points of the community. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker of the House. First of all, Honorable Prime Minister, Laureate Peace Prize winner, I would like to thank you for coming here with us to respond to our questions. Honorable members of the House, I will present the decision as follows. Sunny 28, the 2022 National Budget Proclamation number 17, 2013, for the ratification of the draft proclamation. Introduction. The fifth round HPR 60 budget period ordinary session held for the 15th time on the July 16, 2021. The federal government prepared the draft proclamation for the year 2021-2022 and submitted the same to the Permanent Committee of Revenue, Budget and Finance. The Permanent Committee, according to the revised procedure and Members Code of Conduct number 6, 2008, Article 172, Subarticle 2, and Articles 69, Subarticle 1 to Subarticle 9, reviewed and prepared a report and decision based on the principles of reviewing budget, and it shall as well be presented as follows. Part 1, Report 1. Major activities conducted during the review of the draft budget proclamation. 1.1. On July 19, 2021, the Permanent Committee on its own conducted a detailed discussion on the draft proclamation and identified the questions that should be presented to the department heads. 1.2. The Permanent Committee on the explanatory meeting held on 26 July 2021 communicated with the heads of Ministry of Finance. The explanatory bodies gave explanation to the comments and questions raised, and the minute of the discussion is attached. 1.3. Believing that the participation of the public is paramount, the Permanent Committee organized a public discussion. In order to make the discussion fruitful, the Ethiopian Broadcasting Authority, EBC, announced a public discussion. Moreover, federal government budget offices 10 regional states, Addis Ababa City Administration, Dredwa Administration, universities, vocational and community association, sectoral associations, etc. members received an invitation to participate. The draft budget document is made accessible to the public on the 30th of July to 2021. Many comments were given during the discussion and explanations are given by the explanatory bodies. The minute is attached. Both panelists to the explanatory meeting, Excellent Honorable Weather Yasmin Wahabi Rabi, Honorable Dr. Yob Takalin, Ministry Deputy Minister or Minister of Finance, Mr. Tafari Damaka, Minister of Finance, Mr. Jinsi Dagafa, Minister of Finance, Physical Policy Director, Mr. Talawan Walde, Minister of Finance, Budget Affairs Directorate, Mr. Mazgabu Amaha, Minister of Finance Consultant. 3 major points identified during the review. 1. The 2021-2022 draft budget preparation took into consideration several factors, and the federal government went through the necessary procedures and depending on the program budget system reliant on achievements. 2. The 2021-2022 draft budget focused on improving collection of national resources and allocating the resources to priority budget areas. The budget is prepared following saving and the country's half-year's macroeconomic fiscal framework. 3. The provision for regional governments and Dredwa administration is approved by the House of Federation and is allocated according to the same calculation. 4. The 2021-2022 draft budget and the additional budget has comparatively 85.66 billion birr or 18% increment, and out of the total budget 561.7 billion birr expenditure. The amount allocated for the expenditure of the federal government is 162.17 or 29%. Capital expenditure 183 billion for national and regional states, Dredwa administration and Addis Ababa City administration support budget of 203.95 billion, and money for the implementation of sustainable development goal is allocated with 12 billion birr. Out of the budget, the majority of support budget and the largest secondary level capital expenditure budget is allocated to regional governments. 5. Out of the total budget of 2021-2022, the total federal government ordinary capital expenditure in total is allocated with 345.72 billion birr, and according to the 10 years prospective prosperity plans, poverty focused programs meaning education, road, agriculture, water, health, urban food security and developmental safety net and are given priority. Moreover, manufacturing, industrial development and export and urban development sectors that are paramount to economic transformation and ensuring sustainable development are allocated with large amount of budget. 6. Capital expenditures gave priority to existing projects planned in 2020-2021 and to irrigation projects. 7. The 2021-2022 budget year expenditure cover is expected to be collected from domestic sources of finance and foreign donors contribution amounting to 435.95 billion. Out of this, 369.1 billion from domestic sources, direct budget from basic support services coverage 38.75 billion, and from project support 28.06 billion shall be collected, and the expense shall be covered from this. 8. The 2021-2022 draft budget deficit, meaning 125.1 billion, shall be collected and covered directly from budget support, from project loan 25.53 billion, from project loan 31.36 billion, from domestic loan 68.86 billion, and total budget deficit from the total GDP is 2.67%, and out of this, domestic loan is 1.46, and it shall be in line with the fiscal policy and the fact that it might put pressure on the cost of goods is identified.
The 2014 budget year, in preparation of the draft, has taken into consideration the 2013 implementation of the budget for the year 2013, and it's based on fiscal policy and also looking into our financial capacity that we have on the ground, and also goes the direction of self-sufficiency, ensuring that people benefit from the process, and emphasized on poverty reduction, and follows program budget and the budget for regional states and also for Radar administration. Support was in line with the formula done by the House of Federation, and is supposed to ensure the prosperity plan and achieve budgets therein. The recent Federal General Audit Report indicated that failures to observe financial administrative laws and procedures took place on the part of various officers. Work need to be done that it will not repeat in this budget year, that the Auditor General and also the Standing Committee, their report, the implementation the recommendations need to be implemented, and the budgets need to be used in a frugal manner, and strong works of monitoring follow-up is expected, so that there will be disciplined follow-up of financial administration system. If in case that's not the case, as per the new amended Proclamation 970, as per the mandate given the Ministry of Finance, measures need to be done. In case this will not succeed, the Prime Minister to take action against those failures. And also the monitoring control work of the Parliament needs to be strengthened. We know that the greatest source of revenue is tax, and at the moment, in order to collect tax, we need to deal with problems and also address issues among taxpayers concerning problems of good governance, and come up with solutions, and also modernize the system of tax collections, and also work in the attitude of the people that they would consider tax evasions shameful, and that they recognize that their national duty to pay tax, and extensive awareness creating forums need to be done. So the plan is to collect tax of about 369 billion. So a lot of work needs to go into that. The Standing Committee is in agreement that the budget for the year 2014 should stand at 561.7 billion. Accordingly, with us submit the report and recommendations on the 2014 budget. we request the Honorable Parliament that the House review and approve the budget. Standing Committee on Revenues, Budget and Finance. Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Waziroi Inish. So any questions on the recommendations or opinions? If not, those in approval of the draft budget, federal budget proclamation, proclamation 1000 numbers stated, those who are in approval. Thank you. Those who are against its approval, abstainers? None. So the federal government 2014 draft proclamation number stated is unanimously approved. Meeting adjourned.
La Chambre des représentants des peuples tient sa 4e session extraordinaire en présence du Premier ministre Abiy Ahmed. La présidente Sahle-Work Zewde et le Premier ministre Abiy ont exprimé leurs condoléances pour le décès de Dr Abebech Gobena.